Little bit of a mic check here. Good morning. Good morning. All right, I just got to go through a few things here on the back end for news. Hope everyone had a good and restful weekend. So, we do have some market volatility today. Let's just go to our most trades here. We got backed holdings up about 39%. IONQ, so quantum, seeing some distribution. Yeah, I think there's going to be money rotating out of everything today. You got quantum names, you got nuclear names down a little bit. They've had extraordinary runs, right? So, we got Big Bear AI down, Oracle's negative, Oklo a little bit softer. Look at this house stocks, ticker HOUS up 53%. It is off of the highs, but ripping. Joby going through a bit of distribution circle. Pfizer strong. Snapchat absolutely ripping this morning. UNH a little weak. Novo Nordisk a little weak. Archer kind of a little bit firmer compared to Joby. Wolfspeed under some distribution. Hims, Figma. So those are kind of your most traded. Let's look at the most active here. It's kind of the same usual suspects here. SES Corporation, that's doing well today. Amer Sports. Okay, interesting. So let's look at our top losers of the NYSE. Carvana, Circle, JP Morgan. That's a pretty big one. You're seeing financials under some pressure today. Humana down again. Visa. So a little bit of distribution in your financials. Kevin seeing money rotating out of Oklo into Iron. Well, we'll see, right? What's Iron doing? Iron's actually up. That's surprising. That's quite surprising when you look at the wow. Interesting. Hmm, that's crazy. So, I mean, we're still short crypto. Ethereum, it never stopped me out. Came close to hitting that break-even trigger. The nice thing is that off of this little bit of a rally, we did take profits on MSTR calls. We cleared that. That one's coming right back down. But we're still holding crypto shorts. It's been a nice little decline. So BITI perking up again on the back of Bitcoin, but we'll see. Uranium, Uranium still holding somewhat firm. Let me go through some of these news headlines here first, just so we can see if there's any actual trading. Let me look at Snap here. What do we got? So Snap nearly rallied 12% over the last 5 trading days, closing the week with a significant momentum driven by a major product announcement and persistence. So yeah, Snap soars nearly 12% in a week. Yup, yup, yup. We did a video on that. Snap OS 2.0 boosts rally. Okay. We'll post that in the headline there. We will post that in the group. So we obviously have been pounding the table on Snapchat. We've been long off of that 703 area and it's acting quite nice. So good, happy to see Snapchat gapping up yet again. Continuing to press for that $9 area that we've been long. Let's see what else we got going on here. Wedbush maintains outperforming IMAX. Yada, yada, yada. Chicago Fed. Nothing. Axos Bank to acquire 100% of membership fees in Verdun. Blah, 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 blah. Nothing too major there. Shareholder alert, Berger Montagu reminds C3AI investors of a class. Oh, okay, Park. That's nothing. Micron in focus as Stifle Up's target ahead of Q4 results. Blah, 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 blah. Blink charging collaborates with Hub Object to integrate Blink as a charge point into. Let's look at BLNK on my other screen here. Is that getting any sort of movement? It's actually positive on the session. So BLNK getting a little bit of a positive headline. So Blink. Just quickly going through some of the major news headlines here. Ondas receives a $3.5 million order from a defense entity for the purchase of multiple units of the AP Perio's UGVs. Let me look at Ondas here. Still negative on the session. I wonder if it caught a little bit of a spike from that. Getting sold into. Bed Bath Beyond announces a dividend warrant to shareholders. Blah, 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 blah. That's not too important. Germany set to award 1.2 billion euro fighter to Northrop Grumman. Let me see that stock. NOC, how is NOC doing off of that headline? Slightly positive, slightly positive. Tempest receives US FDA clearance. Okay, let me look at Tempest. Yeah, that's a solid news. That's gapping up, guys. Tempest AI here. So that's a good piece of news. I will post that in the chat. TEM. So that's actually ripping. That's gapping up right now. TEM. Fisher Scientific launches the Thermo Scientific High Pulse Surface Analyst System to accelerate the understanding of material surfaces. Let me look at TMO here. TMO not doing too much, kind of slightly down. All right, where are we again? Texan receives FDA 510K clearance expanding Biotrace. What is that ticker? Texomed? I'm not too familiar with that. Texo. No, I don't even think it's a stock. Interesting. Redfin reports summer 2025 was the strongest buyer's market record dating over a decade. Interesting. Record gold prices. Yep, gold ripping again. We looked at that. Nature's Miracle. LTNC powers Ado Spirits with Netflix broadcaster Ernesto Amo to target the exploding RTD market. Okay. BMO, Axos. Archer's Midnight Flight Test program reaches record heights. Archer Aviation today announced that its Midnight aircraft successfully completed its highest altitude flight to date, reaching altitudes of 7,000 feet. The flight took off from Archer's test facility in Salinas, California. This represents the latest milestone in Midnight's envelope expansion testing program. Archer trying to fly. we got going? JP Morgan maintains overweight on Roblox, raises price target to 160. Are you serious, JP Morgan? What are you doing? What are you doing? Is Nvidia strong enough to overcome the US-China trade tensions? Most likely so. U-Power signs agreement with Treat Mobility. Okay. Invesco Bullet shares 2025 high yield ETF. Blah 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 blah. Not important. JP Morgan maintains overweight on United Rentals, raises price targets. Initiate coverage on Sitem comps. eBay acquires consumer-to-consumer platform Tees. JP Morgan raises BNTX price target. Let me look at BNTX here. BNTX under a little bit of pressure. All right, Singapore residents can expect self-driving shuttles from Grab and WeRide soon. Interesting. Let's see how Grab is doing. Grab has been strong, a little bit of sell side pressure. How about WeRide, ticker WRD? Gapping up a little bit. That's a good headline though. Blah 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 blah. Vesta announces nothing there. Tariff revive U.S. manufacturing. Blah 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 blah. NOG announces 725, nothing important. Kratos, all right, Kratos Defense and Security Solutions to join S&P 500 Midcap 400. KTOS is very strong, but under a little bit of pressure this morning. Waystar Holdings added to the S&P 500 Small Cap 600 Index. Let's look at ticker WAY. That's gapping up a little bit this morning. Interestingly, there has been some insider selling. That's a good headline for Waystar though. Spider S&P Aerospace and Defense ETF declares quarterly distribution. Okay. Yep, I got that. Molson Coors Beverage appoints Raul Goyal as CEO. Let's look at TAP. TAP. Interesting. ETHZilla secures 350 million in convertible debentures. ETHZ. ETHZilla. It is actually gapping up this morning, despite the pressure in crypto, kind of showing a bit of relative strength. You can't hear me on the live stream? Is that what you're talking about, Maria? On the stream? No, you should be able to hear me on the live stream. In the afternoon? No, you should be able to hear me. Sometimes I take a break, but you should be able to hear me. Some certain day trades I only issue for members. I have a members Telegram chat. So certain day trades I only issue for members, but commentary usually I have it open. Yep, regardless if you're a member or not. You're welcome, you're welcome. So we're just going through some of the major headlines, and then as usual, we'll look at some of the charts. So far, there are some market-moving headlines that could be worth trading. I'm just scrolling through some of the important ones that I think jump off the table here. Trading hold. Jim Cramer, the basic material stock has gone up so much, recommends waiting a little bit for a pullback. Jim Cramer recommend buying CMS Energy. Uh-oh, there's the Cramer kiss of death. CMS flat this morning. It's actually had a nice pullback. I think it's fine. It's good he added. Blah, 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 blah. Cramer said Ramaco Resources, ticker METC, has gone up so much and recommended waiting for a pullback. Cramer said when asked about ACN, I'm willing to pull the trigger. Uh-oh. ACN. Pulling the trigger. It's actually into a really big support level, ACN. High volume. Interesting. I've actually been watching that. I don't like when Kramer's giving me the go signal. But we'll watch that. All right, what else we got going on here? Let me just quickly scroll through. 12 healthcare stocks moving, QLGN, ESX. 12 consumer staple stocks moving, AGRI. Losers, okay. Industrials, LASE. ADN. Wow, LASE. It's a big move on LASE from 420 to $5. What the heck is happening with LASE here? Laser photonics. Ryzen multi-system order from semiconductor equipment. Wow. Big mover on LASE, guys. Big mover. ADN, so again, you have a little bit of distribution hitting your quantum names this morning. Markets are. We'll discuss the S&P here shortly. We will discuss it very shortly here. And along some of the other charts. I'm just looking through these final 8 o'clock headlines. Yeah, gold ripping. AB InBev Netflix announced partnership. Interesting. Truist announces third quarter 2025 earnings results. TFC under a little bit of pressure. Pay sign. YKT. Oh, yeah, I wanted to check why this house stock is rallying. HOUS. Anywhere real estate. Uh, Compass Anywhere Real Estate to merge an all stock deal. Okay, interesting. So it's an all stock deal. That makes sense. That makes sense. A little bit of a buyout, a merger. pretty much that. Let me look back at some of our most active stocks here again. So Snapchat still maintaining structure. QBTS down sharply. Kenvue down sharply. Pfizer strong. SESAI doing well. IONQ down a little bit. Quantum, uranium down a little bit. Top losers. BlackRock under some pressure. NASDAQ stocks. Okay. Humana, Oklo again. Visa. All right, let's flip to the charts here. And I'll keep that up on the back end. So what's going to be really interesting here is our S&P 500. Look at how we gapped down this morning all the way down to 657, and then obviously they bought us right back up in one 10-minute candle. So I mean from 657.36 our pre-market low. Imagine we retest that today. That would put the markets gapping down by about just under 1%. And there's a chance that that could happen. So we'll keep the S&P 500 on the side chart there, and we'll go through some of the other charts briefly here. Our, our DDT under a little bit of pressure today, gapping down. RACE, under a little bit of pressure today, gapping down. JP Morgan, man, I was so close to shorting financials. Look at JP Morgan, nice gap down for JP Morgan, down 1.66%. Your XLF, I actually touched base on this in my member analysis. It was getting a little long in the tooth, but also gapping down. URI, United Rentals, despite getting an upgrade and higher price target, also gapping down this morning. AGX, gapping down slightly this morning. Goldman Sachs, gapping down slightly this morning. Let me see if financials are your weakest sector, because I'm seeing quite a bit of financials here on the top loser list. So right now, okay, energy is under a lot of pressure, XLE. Where the heck did my financials go? Did I delete? Oh yeah. Yeah, financials are pretty weak, guys. So XLF is the second worst performing sector right now behind energy. So energy XLE is underperforming in a significant way today. Which is interesting because crude oil isn't that weak. I mean, actually, yeah, it's pretty weak. It's breaking down. Never mind. That's looking filthy. Crude oil is looking really nasty. That's for sure. A little bit of a failed breakout here. You now have your zone down here that's crude oil could easily fall into. Wow. Major gap fill sitting around 60 bucks. That's probably where it wants to go, the next spot. Let's put that there. Interesting. So energy and financials are your weak sectors so far. Let's look at Carvana. That's also on your top loser list. So CVNA down slightly. You've seen a whole host of insiders selling in that name. GE Verona under a little bit of pressure this morning. Still a very strong stock though. Circle, CRCO, under a little bit of pressure. Oklo, after rip my face off, yes, last week I'm still holding common shares short. It needs to do a lot of work to see some downside price. Obviously, we got to watch for uranium because uranium is just barely down on the tape, and you are still seeing certain commodities acting well. But considering that the XLE, the energy ETF, is weak, we probably will see these nuclear stocks sell off quite a bit more. So names like Oklo and SMR will be on watch here for a little bit more distribution. Humana, we tried trading that one, got stopped out at break even on Friday. Humana gapping down again. This one's actually a very, very interesting long setup, guys. Humana coming into a massive 618. Previous rejection zone, kind of a gap fill. You're oversold intraday. Previous breakout bar, a lot of volume here. This was your gap up on earnings in this vicinity. So there's a ton of volume there on Humana. It's not a bad area for a bit of a long trade. If we can get it to retest these lows off of that 618, that is a bit of a buy long scalp. I still like it. So HUM under a little bit of pressure. Let's look at Lily coming down a little bit. NOW coming down a little bit. UNH. Oh, I'm still hoping for under 300 on UNH because I'd be a buyer. If we got that back test here, I would be a buyer. That little bit of a trend line right into this 305, 300 area. I would love it. That would be clinical. Lennar, LEN, also gapping down. So home builders under a little bit of pressure. Obviously, they were strong going into earnings, sold off a little bit, then gapped down on earnings, and now making new lows. So definitely under some pressure. Visa also under pressure. So Visa is an interesting one because this looks like Visa's crazy because I was actually looking at this last night for a potential long setup, and Visa at this point got a high volume candle right off of your daily 200 moving average, closed above it, and now you're seeing a little bit more distribution. So maybe it needs a little bit more time to work out, but I was looking at a long on Visa, but the fact that it's gapping down with the market weakness this morning is a little concerning. All right, let's go to some of our other ones here. Most active stocks. So BBAI, after we took profits last week, still looks very, very strong. This one could easily see a bit of a retrace down to 638, but then I expect a big buy the dip to come into play. I still like it to push higher, even though it's going to be a choppy price action if the markets come under pressure, but seeing a nice amount of volume today. Snapchat, absolutely blockbuster gap up. Snapchat, we are long, we are strong. Huge print to the upside. I was actually hoping to buy more of Snapchat off of another 1 or 2 more days of consolidation. And look at that. Doesn't give you a chance. Basically gapping up on the back of TikTok uncertainties. Snapchat also is releasing that product. So again, we've been long Snapchat off of this lower boundary $7 area. That's a very strong name. We've done a lot of interesting videos on Snapchat, and Snapchat has traded the most amount of shares down here ever in its whole entire history. So that's saying something. BKKT, that is gapping to the high side. QBTS, obviously that was a strong mover on Friday. Huge gap down for QBTS. NIO is under a little bit of pressure. You do have the Yang ETF in China seeing some positive inflows, which is telling us that China equities, broadly speaking, are under pressure. But interestingly enough, Alibaba is still positive on the tape. So here you have the majority of China seeing some net outflows, but Alibaba still holding quite firm. Very interesting. All right, Pfizer this morning is acting well. That's trying to push up. IONQ, still short IONQ off the 69.46 area. Good to see that one gapping down. I think IONQ is also going to see a little bit more distribution. You can see intra-market, pre-market, it's making a little bit of an hourly chart bear flag. I'm expecting a low retest on IONQ. Don't know if it happens today. It could, but at least some point this week, I'm expecting IONQ to probably backtest its 7-day moving average. That's my expectations for that name. You're seeing some positive breakout candles on SES. Let me just take a peek at the news. I did not cover this one. SES, what's going on with SES AI? SES AI announces closing of UZ Energy acquisition. Okay, interesting. Cool. Let's look at that RDN again. Not doing too much there, but SES basically closing a little bit of an acquisition here, so acting well. acting fairly well there. Is this going? I would say SES probably has room to at least your weekly EMA here. You can see it got rejected here, but it probably has a little bit more upside left in the tank. All right, let me see what else is shaking and moving here. CCL, QuantumScape, so QS obviously has been running as well. A little bit of distribution this morning, but not too bad. Vici Properties, after seeing a pretty solid gap down. This one is on watch for a day trade long off of that daily 200 moving average. Vici is not looking bad. It's been under a lot of pressure ever since it's been releasing its dividend here, coming into a massive daily 200 moving average in a pretty oversold condition. This is a scalp long for Vici, okay? Again, we touch base on Oklo. That's coming in a little bit. That's such a parabolic stock with uranium being so strong. Oracle under a little bit of pressure this morning. AS Amer Sports also gapping down. This Amer Sports probably wants to sweep this low pivot here, and then that's where you get a bounce. So Amer looks like it's probably going to give us a little bit of a retest of 35 bucks, and then maybe get a little bit of a bounce. So that name is certainly on watch. See what else is worth mentioning here. All right, let's go through some of the usuals as well. Open Door, that's gapping down this morning. I still think Open is very extended, and I'm a firm believer that we're still going to see lower price in Open. I think this is still between $4 and $5 stock, but it's been holding up quite well since that announcement from Shopify CEO. But nevertheless, we're seeing a little bit of distribution today, down about 4.6% on the session. A-Lab, after seeing a pretty big down move on Friday, it did get bought up, but under a little bit of pressure this morning. Apple is very strong this morning, trying to break out and push for that bullish upside target of over 250. Apple probably wants to try to sweep this high pivot today, guys. So you are into a little bit of a gap fill zone, so there is should be some sell side pressure, but it does look like they want to push Apple at least up for this 250 sweep. 250 sweep looks pretty good in my opinion. Let's just erase some of these trend lines for Apple, make it a little bit easier. But yeah, Apple looks very bullish today. Let's look at AMD. AMD trying to hold steady off of that trend line. NVIDIA this morning is gapping down slightly. Let's look at Intel. Intel this morning is still coming in pretty much at the lows of that tape. Looks like it should soften up just a touch more. Looking at Google, Google's still seeing a little bit of distribution, but very strong. Meta at this point is looking pretty bullish. As long as it holds above that 7-day, I think Meta is going to start to squeeze to new all-time highs yet again. Let's look at Mr. Tessie. Tesla, a lot of people are believing that Tesla is going to have another continuation surge to the upside, just purely based off of Trump and Elon Musk being spotted together at Charlie Kirk's memorial service, and that is showing a little bit of a reigniting partnership and friendship. We'll see if that's the case, but so far Tesla is actually performing very well, up about 1.21%. So looking like that's the market's taking that very positive. Microsoft under a little bit of pressure. I think Microsoft is still going to be in this very choppy range. I don't really like it in my opinion. All right. Obviously, crypto had a nice fall from grace overnight. You can see Bitcoin going through a little bit of a waterfall sell-off. The nice thing about that is we're still short BTC and we're still short Ethereum. Look how close Ethereum came to stopping us out off our short level. And just like that, we saw a nice waterfall sell-off. So simultaneously, we're holding crypto shorts. We did take profits on our MSTR calls last week. Still have a little bit of a minor amount of shares on MSTR off that 331 level, but at least we took profits on those options plays for MSTR after it was looking pretty strong. Failed little breakout appearing to be, but still could be in for a little bit of a push to the upside. ETHZilla did have some news today, so despite the weakness in crypto, you got some strength in ETHZ. ETHZilla gapping up on a little bit of a convertible note offering there, or not an offering, but a securing of some financing essentially. So that's looking like it could run, especially if you get some positive price action in crypto. ETHZilla is looking not too bad. Let's take a look at ticker FIG. Figma, after gapping down, is trying to work itself through that area, back to that gap. SWKS, Skyworks is on watch for a continuation long. This chart is looking pretty decent for Skyworks. You had that breakout on Friday on volume. The upside potential of this inverse head and shoulders takes us to about 88.70. It is gapping down slightly, not much compared to where it actually closed on Friday, but Skyworks is looking for, I think, a bit of a long continuation. I'm going to keep that ticker on watch. It's got definitely some upside momentum. Gold today absolutely ripping yet again new all-time highs. Silver absolutely ripping yet again, pushing for that 44 major high pivot. What do we got? There's a monthly chart resistance level at 44, and we're approaching that 49 level very quickly. I still think that there's a chance that we hit that 49 level, $50, but we're probably going to see a pullback. You've now had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 consecutive candles green of weekly candles green on silver. It is coming in a little bit off of the highs, but still up about 1%. Let's look at our US dollar. Our US dollar this morning is going through a bit of softening as it was trying to break out, seeing a little bit of sell side pressure, still above your 7 moving average. This is actually healthy, a small pullback in the Dixie. I think the Dixie is ready for a little bit of a push here. You've had a nice pullback, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 hours of sell side pressure into your EMA 113. Notice this was your previous bull flag breakout zone. That's a nice healthy pullback. Be careful. The Dixie could rally here. It should apply some downward pressure on the overall market. You do have, what are yields doing right now? Let me see. Yields are soft, 10 and 2, not much action there. You do have natural gas showing a little bit of strength this morning. Nat gas is up about 0.55%, trying to basically, it's very choppy, it's very sloppy. I don't really like nat gas here. Too choppy, you're in kind of no man's land. You could easily push up, but you could easily push down. So not really a buy for me. If you're an aggressive trader, you wait for this range to be tested at the lows. You could potentially take an aggressive long there. I still don't like it there, but again, you could potentially take it off that lower boundary range. You're just kind of chopping in this tight bull flag range, forming out a little bit of a potential flag pattern. We'll see. But inventories came out pretty bearish last week. All right. Snapchat continuing to push. Pump it, baby. Pump Snapchat to $9, and I would be a happy camper. Snapchat is absolutely pushing here. Look at that. Almost near the highs of its session, grinding higher and higher and higher. Boom, boom. I like it. I like it a lot. All right, let me see what else is moving here. FIGR has been an interesting stock to trade off of its IPO. Very strong, continuing to surge and push. WDC has just been a one-way freight train yet again, pushing up to the high side here. Unbelievably strong. Warner Bros. WBD pushing to the high side yet again. LDI, guys, continuing to gap down and show weakness in financials. I like it a lot. You do have your SOXS slightly positive this morning, gapping up a little bit, seeing quite a substantial amount of volume yesterday, or sorry, on Friday. Interesting. little bit of flow into healthcare stocks and your consumer staples. N faces green, CRM under pressure. Snapchat up 9%, Ethereum down, BKTX down, nat gas stocks are down, GDX is up another 1.95. Solar under a little pressure, SE under pressure. ONDS, that name is showing yet again a little bit more strength, pushing to the highs on the back of another $3.5 million deal, or contract, I should say. BABA still remaining firm. A-Lab, talked about that. Bigger, we talked about that. SBET under pressure. OCLO down 3.8 right now. Cool. All right, let me look at the final news headline scans here, and then we'll talk about the S&P and IWM and QQQ. What do we got here? Fed Bostic sees little reason to cut rates further for now. Atlanta Fed president says risks of weaker employment outcomes have risen, but years of elevated inflation remain a serious concern. A little bit of upgrades. Okay. Enough of that. Enough of that. Shall we? So believe it or not, uranium could actually still push a little bit higher. Is it extended? Yes, but it could push a little bit higher. I just want everyone to note that. Although I still think it's due for a bit of a correction. We just got to understand there's a technical resistance that lies a little bit higher. Yet some more selling in Jensen Huang, NVIDIA CEO, distributing a little bit more shares. He's been selling quite a bit throughout the course of September. Quite a bit. Through some of these indice expectations here. So your IWM last week had that epic little move. You can see a nice little weekly double top there. Coming into major resistance. Trying to sweep and push it. Getting slightly rejected there. Under a little bit of pressure this morning. Didn't have that gap down like SPY, but I still think the IWM at minimum needs to backtest its 20-day moving average. So keep your eye on that. Watch for a back test. That's an aggressive buy zone. I don't really like it there personally, but it is an aggressive area that I think traders will try to maintain and hold. A lot of volume last week traded at the highs, so also take note of that. Let's look at your S&P 500 here. So your S&P 500 had that big wick down. Basically on the daily chart, your S&P 500 is trading fairly strong so far. I think that it could see a retest of this upsloping wedge pattern. This wedge pattern is getting pretty tight here on your daily chart. You can see you're coming to the apex of this wedge. We'll see if we want to eventually break out or break down. Also, a lot of volume traded this week for your S&P 500. QQQ still maintaining very strong price action on the daily chart. You've had a 3 weekly bar surge right into a pretty decent resistance zone. This little trend line on the weekly chart connecting a pivot back from last year July. So this is about a 12-month resistance trend line. Fairly steep angle to it. And like I said, a 1, 2, 3 weekly bar surge, you do typically see rejection off of that, and that's what we're seeing. Again, with financials and energy seeing some distribution, you got to watch out for that. Financials do carry a pretty decent weighting in the S&P 500. Just going to grab some more coffee and then we'll settle in for some day trading, guys. And girls, ladies and gents. Quick question, guys. Does everyone's S&P 500 SPY chart show this gap down from this morning? Because I'm showing a pre-market low of 657.36. I don't know if that's a true print or a fake print because I don't have it on the Qs. I don't think. Oh yeah, I guess we do have it on the Qs. Wow. Yeah, so does everyone's chart show that as well? Just a quick question. Please let me know. Yes, went around 654. Thank you. Your SPY chart went to 654? Peter's saying he doesn't see the gap down, but Supreme Leader's saying yes. So here we have some conflicting. This is what I hate, right? What are market makers doing? So Supreme Leader's SPY went to 654. That's crazy. That's well down here. Mine went to 657. Peter's didn't. Um, Peter's on TradingView. Supreme Leader, what are you on? What platform you on? Yeah, Peter's on TradingView. Thanks, Peter. Good beat. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Ah, interesting. Very interesting. Huh. Don't know how to take that right now. That's really weird. Set to open here very shortly. Let's flip to the regular trading session. Yep, let's get it. So again, a little bit of a gap down right now on SPY. We'll see if it can shake it off. So going into this, you have the Dixie trying to bounce just a little bit. Markets are still weak. Uranium going through a little bit of selling. Quantum stocks are under a little bit of pressure this morning as well. Let's get it. All right, markets are open here. IWM still under pressure. OCLO seeing some distribution. SMR down 4. Western Digital pumping. IONQ down 4.43. Markets are trying to stabilize. You're seeing again some distribution continuing in your quantum names. Bit of a dip coming, trying to buy in OCLO. OCLO is still under a little bit of pressure. QBTS down 10%. QUBT down 16. IONQ down 4.9. We're still short IONQ. Your Russell's coming in pretty hot and heavy. Your Dixie's trying to bounce. Snapchat, $9 calls are in the money, guys. Snapchat $9 calls are in the money, up 11.4%. Beautiful move on Snappy. What a stunning move. Your IWM is hitting a little bit of near-term support. Snapchat is a beaster. Absolutely one-way freight train to the upside. Holy moly, Snapchat is a machine right now. Your S&P 500 is still under a little bit of pressure. Archer's down, Baba's still holding steady, SoFi's curling down, Broadcom down, ALAB down, GDX trying to push back to the highs. GDX getting a fat pump. Apple's absolutely pumping. Apple up 1.9%. BBI taking a breather. IONQ still under pressure. OCLO holding 130, down 3.5%. S&P 500 catching a fat bid. Look at Snappy Chat running. Let's look at that IWM again. GDX still trying to push. SoFi coming in hot and heavy. SoFi down now 1.46% and falling. GDX still trying to push here. Crazy mover on GDX. OCLO getting absolutely smashed right now, smashing that 130 area, down 5.89%. OCLO coming in hot and heavy as your S&P 500 is still trying to push here. SPY still acting well, SoFi coming in hot and heavy. GDX seeing a nasty little reversal from the highs. Gold seeing a little bit of selling. GDX coming in hot. Dixie's trying to bounce here, ladies and gents. OCLO still heavy. Alibaba's still ripping here. Uranium is down 2.25%. Gold coming in. Your dollar's trying to bounce. Be careful with the S&P and main indices here. Your Dixie is trying to catch a nice bounce here. Let's look at IONQ. IONQ looking heavy here. Open also looking pretty heavy here. Gold is looking heavy. Open down 8.62% and falling. LDI, guys, down sharply on the session. Snapchat still trying to hold steady. New lows there for LDI. I like it a lot. Let's look at Oklo again. Oklo still looking pretty heavy here. IONQ down 5.23%. We're still short IONQ. We're still short Oklo from last week. IONQ is paying us, but I want lowers. I want this low retest on IONQ before I even consider profits. Oklo still looking a little bit heavier here. Dixie's still trying to pop just a little bit. Your SPY chart is still coming in. Tesla up 2.6, Iron up 8.4, BMNR down 7.2, Apple almost up 2, Intel's green, Rigetti down 9, Plug down. Snapchat still pumping here on Snapchat. What a beast. Snapchat is still trying to push to the upside. Absolute monster. Your dollar is still seeing a little bit of top wick distribution. Snapchat is still pressing here, guys. I am looking at taking profits on my Snap calls here. I am taking profits on my Snapchat calls. Repeat. Members, I'm exiting all my $9 calls deep in the money here. I like it a lot. All right, members, I just took 135% profit on Snapchat, issuing the alert now. So I'm all out of my Snapchat calls. We'll look to roll up and out if we get another opportunity. Still seeing Oklo heavy here, coming in down 7% on Oklo, under a lot of pressure. SMR down sharply. BABA's still strong. BABA's trying to rip as China stocks are certainly under pressure. Very, very interesting price action there for BABA. Pretty crazy. Western Digital still pumping to the upside. WDC going absolutely parabolic for WDC. Crazy to think that. That is filthy. Oklo bouncing off a little bit of a near-term support. SPY still trying to hold steady here. You've got Apple up 2, Nvidia negative, Amazon down 1.2, IWM's underperforming, QQQ and SPY are neck and neck, Meta's green, Tesla's ripping, Google struggling a little bit. Oklo still acting heavy here. Uranium down sharply on this session. S&P 500 now curling down. Gold still trying to hold steady. GME looks strong. Thank you, Kevin. Appreciate that. Oklo getting slapped now. IONQ trying to bounce here. LDI now down over 7.66% and falling to the downside. Beautiful price action there. Let's look at Snapchat. That's continued to remain firm, but off of the highs. Again, we took profits all out there. IONQ still trying to hold steady here and push up just a little bit. Oklo continuing. Tesla still ripping. Gold trying to catch another fat bid now. Oklo trying to hold on steady here. Could get a bounce. You are hitting some support. Oklo's still trying to catch a decent sized bounce here. S&P 500 still trying to stabilize here. GDX starting to come in. Gold curling down as the Dixie's trying to firm up, guys. Be careful of these main markets. S&P 500 could see some more sell side pressure. Be very, very careful. GDX is coming in. Gold starting to come in. Could the dollar be wanting to make a move to the high side? Still seeing Western Digital strong. China stock still under pressure. Gold curling to the downside. Seeing a little bit of weakness in GDX. GDX could be making a gap and crack. It's still up 1.16%, but definitely coming in from the highs off of $74 pretty sharply. Look at GME. GME. Yeah, GME is starting to rip, breaking out here. Humana getting an alert on HUM. Humana gapping down, still selling off, coming into a pre-market low retest, a massive 618 fib level. Interesting area for Humana. Craziness. Neo down a couple. Oklo still down 6.2. GameStop is absolutely still flying. Yep. Ethereum coming under pressure. Snapchat still strong. Open down 7. Let's look at this GME if it wants to remain firm here. GME is entering a bit of a squeeze mode here. Interesting. Interesting price action here. Seeing the S&P still trying to defend price here. GameStop is trying to squeeze. Oklo bouncing. Uranium still down 2, but also bouncing with the market. You got gold selling off pretty sharply here. Gold looks like it wants to maybe trigger a 10-minute head and shoulders. Your US dollar is starting to firm up here, guys, so be careful. US dollar trying to firm. Dixie's catching a nice sizable bid here. Markets are trying to push, dollars trying to push. You still have mega cap strength in Apple, Tesla ripping, Meta strong. Alibaba trying to push. GDX trying to push. Gold still struggling. Look at that US dollar. Let's look at IWM. IWM saw a nice bounce off of that 15-minute chart support. Still have SPY down 0.6, IWM down half. Pushing. Gold still curling. Your US dollar still trying to push. Tesla still up 2.8. Meta up 0.6. Apple still trying to push on Apple to Apple. This is an aggressive short zone on SPY. I repeat, it's an aggressive short zone on SPY. Western Digital still strong. IWM big bounce. Apple still trying to push. Uranium catching a push. Oklo catching a bid. Markets are catching a bid entirely. S&P 500 catching a nice bid. Your US dollar still trying to catch a bid. IWM still trying to make a push. You're buying calls here. Interesting. Your dollar's still trying to catch a nice candle to the upside. S&P 500 still acting quite well here. IWM getting a really fat push. QQQ, Apple trying to get a little bit of a push here. IWM still trying to move here. Gold under a little bit of pressure. Your US dollar still trying to push. SPY tapping 663. You can see the 15-minute chart support level that the IWM bounced off of. Gold still trying to bounce. Your US dollar still trying to bounce. GDX trying to bounce. Alibaba still acting quite well. Gold still coming in sharply. Dollar's still trying to hold here, 97.51. It's still negative. Open still down 6.95. Big Bear AI down 4.23. S&P 500 still trying to get you a little bit of a push here, along with the Russell. Uranium catching a big bounce. Oklo catching a really big bounce, almost negating its entire losses there. SPY still trying to catch a bid. Quantum stocks trying to catch a bid. Oracle's gone green. SMR is still down 6. Your SOX ETF has gone negative. SoFi is still green. Micron is green. Western Digital still trying to hold steady. SPY still trying to push. GDX still green. Ethereum still down 5. Snapchat still up 8.5. Apple still pushing up 2%. Markets are still trying to catch a solid bid here. Big push on the S&P 500. SPY still catching a really sizable bid off of the lows, 663.11. On deck, IWM is retesting that prior day low. Dixie taking a breather. Tesla up 3.28, pushing 440 on the charts. Pretty impressive. Google still struggling. Microsoft still struggling. Nvidia struggling but has firmed up. Amazon still negative but it has firmed up. JP Morgan still negative but it has firmed up. Big continuation push trying to happen here in the markets. SPY still acting quite well here. Continuing to see 663. Still seeing a nice push in the markets. Dollar softening, S&P catching a continuation move. Pushing into your first little resistance zone here. Still squeezing to the upside. IWM has almost made a full red to green reversal. You're seeing an absolute monstrous bid back in your small cap stocks. Very, very strong. BABA up 2%. Majority of China names are still negative. WDC up 2. SBET down 4. Oklo only down 1%. NEO down 4%. SPY is still hanging in. Gold now catching another bid as the Dixie's trying to soften up just a little bit more. SPY is still pushing here. Look at your Russell. Russell's going from potentially red to green. SPY and Qs are almost green. Are they going to take SPY green here to gap fill? They are looking likely. Apple still up 2.2, Meta up half, Tesla still ripping. They've taken SPY almost green here. QQQ are flat. Oklo almost going green. Nice job, Cabin. Beautiful job. Dollar softened up quite a bit here. So SPY just basically tapped that gap fill, seeing some minor sell side pressure off of that vicinity. We'll see if SPY wants to give us a higher high this week or if this is our high pivot that we can trade off of. Dixie's trying to catch another little bit here. SPY still seeing bullish flow, but coming in a little bit from that gap fill. A lot of stocks have made exceptional rebounds off of the lows. Exceptional rallies off of the lows. What an epic bounce there in the Russell. They're trying to take the Russell positive. Huge bid on that IWM. SPY seeing a little bit of sell side. Gold catching another bid. SPY seeing some sell side pressure. You got all indices still negative, but huge bounces off the lows. JP Morgan still down 0.76%. Your dollar after was trying to break out on the 10-minute, taking a little bit of a 10-minute breather. IWM trying to go green. Trying to go green for the Russell. Can they do it? SPY starting to see a little bit of sell side pressure. IWM has officially almost filled that gap. There it is. That Russell coming into that gap fill. What a ripper there. Holy moly. That is insane, eh? Truly, truly remarkable. S&P 500 still trying to push higher here. IWM is basically looking to take over. It was the weakest indice. Now it's trying to take leadership here. Pretty nuts, eh? Pretty nuts. That Russell's a monster. Absolute beast. Ethereum still down 5. Marvell up 1. Copper stocks doing okay. Nat gas up 0.4. Crude is trying to catch a little bit of a bid. Your IWM has gone green while your S&P and Qs are still negative. Interesting. Very, very interesting. SoFi up 1. Gold, fat candle to the upside, still holding 37.22. Your 10 and 2-year yield have gone green on the tape. Oklo going green. Yeah, this market is unrelenting. It is just an absolute beast. All right, absolute beast, this market. It's quite extraordinary. to see how each and every day dip buyers keep coming in with more and more liquidity. You have to wonder, where's the liquidity coming from? But nevertheless, strong bounce. We'll see if this is our lower high to trade against. IWM back slightly to the negative side. SPY starting to get a little bit heavier here. Dixie is trying to make another little push here. Remember, the downside target of this little head and shoulders for the Russell takes us to 240 and change, guys, is that downside little head and shoulders TP of the Russell. Again, we do have a bear target on the Russell. And we're still printing some lower highs and lower lows in the near-term trend of the IWM. So we could easily sell off back down on your IWM basis. You could easily sell off. Great opportunity buy open here. It's down 4%. We'll see. Gotta be mindful. The IWM softening up a little bit, back to underperforming. Gold still up 1. GDX still up about 1.1. SPY still slightly negative on the tape. They did take the Russell briefly green and now it's back negative, but they are consolidating here, trying to continue to buy this S&P 500. Craziness. Gold is taking a little bit of a breather. The dollar trying to come in just a touch here. S&P 500 still consolidating, 663.44. Oklo again almost green. Uranium almost green. What a tail candle on uranium. My oh my, absolutely crazy price action. IONQ and quantum stock still under pressure. IONQ looks like a good fade. A little bit of a the risk is taken out of the trade with the big bounce in the market. Oklo still trying to press. Gold still hurling to the downside, still above 3,700, up 0.94%. Your Dixie trying to make a little bit of a move. S&P 500 still hasn't gone positive. They are trying to take SPY positive here. Will they do it or will they get rejected? Will SPY fill its gap or will the bulls fumble it? Will the bears start selling again? Lots of questions. We will see what happens here. Dixie is trying to make another little push here, guys. Your US dollar trying to firm up off of the lows here. Gold seeing some slight sell side pressure. GDX coming in hot and heavy. Looks like it wants that gap fill. Again, gold, maybe a 10-minute head and shoulders on gold, telling us that the Dixie could be trying to firm up here. IWM still negative. SPY going for gap fill. SPY just tapped that gap fill. QQQ briefly went green there. So Q's went green. Bitcoin still down 1.7. Microsoft still struggling, down 0.8. Nvidia selling. Amazon still down 0.7. Apple absolutely flying to the upside still. Tesla up 4%. Meta getting faded a little bit. JP Morgan bouncing quite nicely. S&P 500 still struggling right at that gap. SPY is still holding on to 663.44. IWM still trying to hold steady above its prior day low. Gold still looking a little bit heavier here. WBD. BABA still strong. Micron up 1%. Lululemon down. Duolingo up 4.3. Nice push on Duo. S&P 500 still trying to hold steady. Snapchat still up 9%. Marvell up 0.8. Enphase showing some strength. Still a lot of red stocks on the screen, but things have had a nice facelift off of the lows. Uranium still slightly negative. Oklo still slightly negative. Down 1.6, but it has firmed up quite nicely. Your US dollar still trying to make a move here. Crude oil trying to firm up. S&P 500 trying to make a push through that gap. They are trying. S&P 500 still showing some strength here. Through the gap fill, they've turned SPY green. Qs are green. Stunning push on SPY, trying to work itself through that gap fill. Can they do it? Gold catching a bit of a bid here. S&P 500 still trying to push. SPY yet again surging to the upside. Nvidia catching a nice bid. Apple still soaring. Tesla ripping. Meta is still getting faded a little bit. Quantum stocks are trying to rebound off of the lows here. Gold catching another little bid. Dow still negative. Qs are green. IWM trying to go back to the green side. SPY just hanging right onto that gap there. Oklo still down 1.6%. SoFi up 1.8. Tesla seeing some slight distribution now. BMNR down 5. Pfizer ripping up 2.8. RR up 11. Rigetti QBTS down sharply. Intel's negative. BBAI taking a breather. Gold still trying to bounce and press here. Open is still down 3. QLGN up 150. Plug Power up 9.17. Crazy. S&P 500 still looking a little bit firm here. Tesla seeing a little bit of sell side pressure, but still acting quite well. S&P 500 closing on the 5-minute chart above that little gap. little bit of sell side pressure on the 5-minute chart of SPY. Intel seeing more sell side pressure. Nvidia seeing more sell side. Microsoft getting heavy here. Meta looks like it could go negative. Google still negative but bouncing off of the lows. Dixie's trying to make another push through the 97.50 zone. Neo down 4.5. Tesla's getting some slight distribution. A-Lab down 4.47. Broadcom still negative on the tape. GDX seeing another little sell side candle. Gold still chopping around on the positive side. Still very, very strong, but seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. Alibaba still doing well. 2.7. You got uranium softening, OCLO softening, IONQ almost going green. IONQ is into a really interesting short level. I think that one could pay. Gold, the dollar trying to go for a little bit of a 10-minute chart breakout here, guys. Be careful that Dixie's trying to firm here. Looks like it's trying to trigger a bit of a breakout. Whoops, it's the wrong candle. GDX starting to see some more sell side pressure. Perhaps gold wants to give us a 10-minute head and shoulders trigger. We will find out. Again, good risk to reward to short this market. OCLO softening up a little bit more. Let's look at Apple Dapple. Apple still holding steady, but coming in slightly from the highs. Tesla still a beast. Nvidia still softening here. Mr. Softy. Microsoft under some pressure, losing a lot of its momentum. SPY starting to soften a little bit more now. Let's look at OCLO here. OCLO coming in a little bit. IWM softening, a little bit of a 10-minute hanging man candle there. SPY seeing some hard selling. GDX seeing some hard selling. Snapchat back under $9. Great job taking profits on Snapchat, members. Great job. GDX getting faded under 73 bucks now. Gold still acting well. Apple still up 2.3. Interesting. Crude oil still negative. Nat gas still negative. Sorry, nat gas slightly positive. Gold still up 1% on this tape. SPY still slightly negative. Russell still slightly negative. Meta looking like it wants to turn negative itself. SMR still down 6%. So SMR going through much more heavier distribution in comparison to OCLO. OCLO holding up much better than SMR. Uranium seeing more sell side pressure. Your VIX has gone back to the green side. 2 and 10-year yield are slightly green. Dixie still slightly negative. S&P 500 still holding technical structure here at the highs. IWM getting a little bit heavier. IWM getting a little bit heavier. SPY still managing to hold steady here. $10.15. 45 minutes of market price action. Had an extraordinary bounce. Potentially a lower high. We'll see if the markets want to go for a lower low. At this point, the US dollar is trying to firm up just a touch here. IONQ still trying to push. Meta about to go negative. Tesla still pushing for 4%. Netflix negative by 0.64. JP Morgan negative. You still have pressure on your financials. Despite the financials have bounced quite nicely, there's still a little bit of sell side pressure across that sector. Western Digital still pushing up 3%. What a beast. That's had a huge deviation from the mean. Craziness. IWM coming in a little bit more now. Remember, the IWM has triggered that bearish pattern, but it's had a nice bounce. S&P still holding steady here, trying to catch another bid higher. Dixie still acting a little bit firm here, trying to push. Gold still holding 37.20. Google still negative. Meta still up 0.18. Apple still up 2.5. Tesla still up 3.9. QQQ still pushing 599. SPY trying to push right for that gap again. We'll see if it can firm up. Dixie is catching a harder rally here, trying to break out on your US dollar. Watch gold, GDX, and the indices. GDX is trying to break out to the high side. We'll see if that wants to apply some pressure to the equity markets. Let's look at UVXY. That's faded from the highs still. IWM still consolidating above that PDL. SPY still trying to hold steady here while the Russell's coming in hot and heavy. SPY is trying to push up here. Interesting. IWM losing prior day low. US dollar still trying to catch a bit of a bigger bid here. Gold really hasn't reacted yet. SPY still staying pretty strong while the Russell's starting to come in. 2 and 10-year yield still green. Google still slightly negative. Tesla still surging. Apple still strong. IWM is getting heavier while they're keeping SPY slightly elevated. QQQ back to the green side. SPY still slightly negative. Uranium catching another little bid. They're trying to push uranium stocks up a little bit more. Your US dollar is starting to get a little bit of a stronger potential 10-minute chart breakout here. Mini inverse intraday head and shoulders on your Dixie chart. Oracle still up 1, Babel up 2. China stock still showing net distribution today. Yang ETF is up 1.64. Quantum stocks making a nice rebound. Seeing gold curling back down. Bitcoin still testing 113. They're continuing to try to buy up the dollar right now. US dollar could be trying to make a push for positive price. It's down 10 cents on the session. We'll see. IWM getting much heavier here. Your Russell chart is starting to come in. SPY starting to get a little bit heavier. Gold starting to get a little bit heavier. Still up nicely on the session, 33 bucks, 0.9% for gold, but your dollar's trying to find a little bit of support here. Russell's trying to lose that opening range high, testing that 10-minute EMA 113. SPY's still holding pretty steady here at the highs of the tape. Uranium stocks starting to curl down a little bit. Oklo seeing some more sell side pressure. Big push back higher on your S&P 500 going through that gap again. Pretty interesting. Gold starting to curl down a little bit more. IWM still trying to hold prior day low, but under a little bit of pressure. S&P 500 trying to give us a higher high intraday right at that gap fill. Seeing the dollar still acting a little bit better here. Nvidia down 0.85, Amazon down 0.61, QQQ still green, Microsoft struggling today down 0.7, Apple still up 252, 2.66% on the session, holding quite steady. Uranium down 0.5%. SPY still trying to make a push here. They've taken SPY back to the green side. Micron having a nice move today. That's up 1.53. You're seeing a little bit more strength creeping into some of your S&P 500 large cap stocks. IWM lagging a little bit again. Dollar still trying to push. Gold still trying to catch a decent sized bid here. SPY seeing some more sell side pressure along with the Russell 2000. 2-year yield creeping, 10-year yield creeping, Dixie still creeping, nat gas has gone negative, crude oil still negative but off of the lows. SPY and Qs are still trying to hold steady here while the Russell's curling down. Uranium stock seeing a little bit more sell side pressure. Broadcom AVGO down 0.5%. Oracle still pushing up 1.47%. VIX is still slightly green. Tesla and Apple are certainly insulating this market right now. JP Morgan seeing more sell side pressure. Netflix down 0.5%. Gold still seeing a little bit of distribution. SPY is still holding steady here. New high there for the S&P. Dixie also trying to push for another intraday opening high. Oklo curling down. IONQ still negative, but it did briefly go positive. Apple still trying to push. Tesla still strong. Amazon trying to push. Getting a little bit more broad market participation while the IWM selling off. Money flow is rotating back into your S&P 500 and QQQ. A little bit of a negative divergence between SPY and Qs. The Russell briefly went from being the worst performing indice to the best performing indice and now back to the worst performing indice. The Russell again has triggered that bearish pattern. Looks like it wants to go for new lows on the session. Will that drag the S&P 500 down, or will we continue to see a net divergence in the market? Oklo still curling slightly lower with the IWM. SPY still trying to push here. Eli Lilly's green. Meta still softening up. Are they going to take Meta negative? Gold still chopping around 37.20, up about 1% on the session. IWM getting a little heavier here. SPY still maintaining some structure, trying to hold that gap zone, trying to build a base. So SPY did make a higher wick there, as well as a higher 5-minute close, but they never closed SPY above the 5-minute wick. IWM still selling off quite sharply here. Uranium still down 0.57, open still selling. BABA is starting to see some top wick distribution. Micron seeing a little bit of selling. NEO still down 3.6. Apple going up for 3%, potentially up on the session. Seems that people are exiting their Russell small caps and maybe chasing Apple. Interesting. Yields are starting to creep up on the 2-year yield, guys. 2-year yield is quietly creeping up intraday. Interesting. That's why I think we're seeing a little bit more sensitivity in the IWM. You're seeing yields creeping. IONQ seeing a little bit more sell side pressure on your 15-minute chart, curling slightly down below 70. S&P 500 still holding steady. Interesting. IWM getting heavier here. Starting to come in quite sharply. The S&P is not really reacting. That's quite interesting. That's very, very interesting. SPY still holding steady. Dixie still trying to creep higher. IWM coming in. Let's look at that 15-minute chart level that we bounced off of on the Russell. That was your EMA 113 on your 15-minute chart. We are coming back into that zone. SPY printing another new high. Very strong price action in your S&P. Very strong price action in the S&P. Duolingo up 6.65%, guys, and ripping. Look at DUOL ripping to the upside here. Absolute monster move. Looking like a nice W pattern trying to unfold on the chart. S&P, huge spike on SPY, right back up, pushing and pushing on your S&P 500 chart. Crazy strength here in the markets, absolutely ripping. Look at that S&P 500 chart. Google catching a bid, Tesla and Apple still pushing, Amazon pushing, Microsoft caught a nice bid there. Big push. Oklo coming in a little bit. Gold still softening. GDX trying to soften up a little bit. IONQ curling down. Oklo curling down. Again, this was a pump in mega cap that pushed this higher. S&P 500 still super duper strong. Oklo curling back lower here. Seeing Oklo now down 3.45. S&P 500 over 664. Green with the Qs. Russell 2000 trying to catch a nice little bid now. SPY is absolutely ripping here. Ripping to the upside. They've taken it back to the green side. Markets have been over for just an hour now, and we've seen a V-shaped recovery yet again in the equity markets. SPY trying to look for that all-time high retest. Can it do it? Or is it going to come up just shy? IWM still giving us lower highs, lower lows intraday. Dixie softening just a little bit here. Markets are still holding quite steady here. SPY still trying to push to the upside. Gold seeing a little bit more distribution, selling off below 37.20. Still strong on the tape, but backing and filling a little bit here. Uranium starting to soften up a little bit more. Open has had a nice bounce, still down 2.5 though. S&P 500 softening just a touch here. Dixie catching another little bid. Still have yields creeping. VIX is creeping. SPY still grinding slightly higher. Crude and nat gas negative. Gold still up 0.97. SPY back to the green side. QQQ still green. IWM still struggling. Ram saying he's sitting with 1 trillion on SPY puts. Gonna see those red candles soon. Yeah, it's been a crazy tape, right? Just relentless bullish bias, right? Relentless. Crazy. Constellation Brands up 1.5. S Duolingo still trying to push. Okta's green. PayPal still negative. GDX still up about 1%. Snapchat has gotten faded, so great little exit on our Snapchat call options, guys. Snap has faded quite sharply from the highs. Let's look at crude oil here. Crude oil trying to firm up just a touch here. Your dollar's still trying to firm up. Speak of, no, I didn't do any fishing. Surprisingly, I just went boating. So, just went boating for my birthday. And had a nice little dinner. Too much ice cream cake. But it was good. It was really good. Alright, your Russell 2000 still heavy. SPY still trying to trend here. Crazy. IONQ has flipped back to the green side. So a day where you're seeing an underlying bid and continuation in quantum stocks. No, usually I do fishing, but I just went on the boat. Speedboat this time, not the fishing boat. And not my boat, a friend's boat. Friend's speedboat, racing boat. All right, your S&P 500 is still trying to grind higher here. Pretty impressive. Pretty impressive for sure on the S&P. Going for a potential new all-time high. Can they do it? Will they do it? Time will tell. Dixie still curling to the upside. QQQ and SPY are neck and neck here. Neck and neck. Oklo trying to catch another bid higher here. Crude oil trying to go positive here, guys. WTI crude is shaking up here. Trying to potentially see some positive price in crude. Crude is breaking to the high side. We'll see if that wants to dampen the S&P 500 party. But crude is looking like it wants to go positive on the tape here. IWM still trickling a little bit lower. S&P 500 still grinding. S&P 500 is still squeezing to the upside. Incredible price action on Spyland. Absolutely invincible. These markets can't stop, won't stop. We'll see. Gold and GDX are selling a little bit more now. Micron still up nicely. WBD still up nicely. Oklo still down 2. Neo down 4. Baba's getting faded slightly from the high, so you got to watch that. Gold still seeing a little bit more distribution. It could be trying to trigger a head and shoulders on your 10-minute chart, which takes you back under 3,700. GDX getting a little bit heavier here. S&P 500 is still grinding. GDX looks like it wants that gap fill. Again, gold starting to come in a little bit more. Dixie pushing. Crude oil taking a little bit of a breather. It's still trying to break out though. So it does look like SPY wants to potentially sweep that high pivot. But again, markets are very extended here. The Russell's coming in. Dixie's still acting quite well. Tesla's still up 3.9. Google's went back to the positive side. Meta's softening up a little bit, almost negative. Apple still up 2.7. Microsoft up 0.4. Nvidia up down 0.5. Amazon down 0.7. Russell's your only negative ETF out of your S&P and Qs. IWM still chopping around here. Look at the V-shaped recovery here in VKTX. Huge move to the upside there. VKTX is pumping to the high side. Crazy mover. IONQ still green on the tape. S&P 500 still acting very well. Dollar taking a little bit of a breather. IWM still curling down here. Buy is still beast mode right now. S&P 500 is still trying to push and trend. V-shaped recovery on deck. What a beast. Going for a little bit of a potential double top sweep. New highs coming in for the S&P. The US dollar is still trying to push here. Markets are still trending. Gold still softening. GDX still softening just a little bit. S&P 500 still trending. IWM still slightly weak here. SPY still hanging in there. Crazy. SPY going for another all-time high push. US dollar softening up just a little bit. SPY printing yet again another high there. Yields are still quietly creeping. Dollar softening just a little bit. So QQQ making another all-time high, tapping the psychological $600 level on the Qs in full beast mode. QQQ, another new all-time high. SPY, another new all-time high. Absolute beast. Oklo trying to go green. Dollar softening. VIX still slightly green. SPY still trying to trend. Your NASDAQ still trying to push. Nvidia, Microsoft have firmed up while Tesla and Apple have just consolidated sideways. Google back to the negative side but bouncing nicely. Meta still trending a little bit down. S&P 500 still trying to push here. Shaking and moving. V-shaped recovery. Look at that bounce. We've had a 0.38% bounce. $2.50 on the S&P 500. Remarkable. SPY's still trying to trend here. Dixie softening here. Your US dollar is starting to come in just a touch. SPY starting to catch a little bit of a bigger squeeze. What a beast mode on the S&P 500. Ripping. Another new all-time high. V-shaped recovery in the markets. Oklo just briefly tapped green there. IONQ briefly tapped green there. IWM still lagging a little bit. Still have Amazon, Nvidia, Microsoft negative, but Apple up over 3%. Meta trying to catch a bid. Tesla still pushing for 440 to 60. SPY is in full-fledged squeeze mode. IWM is now catching a decent sized bid. Dixie still softening a touch. Apple still printing new highs. No sell side pressure yet in Apple, getting a little bit extended intraday. Still trading above 253, but can't stop, won't stop on Apple. Oklo going for another new high. Holy moly. Market is just on steroids. Pretty impressive to witness this. Very impressive. For 665 in price discovery mode, just trying to trend. It is trending. Apple printing a new high. Google's green. Meta's still green. Tesla's still up 3.82. JP Morgan's still struggling today. That's down 0.77. Nvidia, Microsoft are trying to firm up here. Oklo running into a little bit of a double top. Nothing major. SPY is still trying to squeeze here. Apple still trying to grind even higher, up 3.15%. Trying to push. SPY still holding quite steady here. IONQ coming in a little bit. Oklo coming in a little bit. Dollar has softened quite nicely. Apple still holding steady here. What's Apple's market cap now? Apple's market cap is 3.76 trillion. Still hasn't hit 4 trillion. Only two companies have hit 4 trill. SPY still holding technical strength here at the highs of the tape. No sell side pressure yet. So you talk about a V-shaped recovery to the upside. Pretty incredible. Oklo starting to come in from the highs a little bit. Still just a tough. Still have Apple and Tesla really strong. Google going from red to green. Microsoft and Nvidia still a little bit weak. Just a touch weak here. IWM still holding steady. SPY still just floating and grinding here. Duolingo still doing really well. Oracle still pumping up over 3%. Nice job, Cabin. Really good job. WDC still acting quite well. IONQ's back to the green side. SoFi still doing well. Uranium still slightly negative. BABA's softening here. China stocks are coming under a little bit of pressure. SMCI is green. Snapchat's still getting faded. VKTX squeezing. That's up 4.25. Bitcoin's still under 113, coming in a little bit. Still seeing a little bit of distribution hitting your crypto market. Still trying to push for 665 again. IWM is starting to participate. Apple just printed another new high of day. Tesla's still up 3.6. Meta's starting to perform a little bit better now. S&P 500 still grinding here. S&P 500 still grinding. SPX is still squeezing. SPY still pushing. That's a strong V-shaped recovery bounce into all-time highs. JP Morgan trying to catch another little bid here. Yeah, it's overextended, but I'm looking at the SPX chart and SPX, I mean, it could still go a touch higher here, a few dollars higher, but yeah, it's extended. I mean, SPX has had now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 15-minute green candles. It's definitely extended, but acting very well. No selling hitting your tape. You're getting a little bit more mega cap tech starting to try to catch that continuation bid, but we're extended for sure. No question. But markets are still acting exceptionally well here. You're through some key resistance zones on SPY. You just keep grinding higher and higher. Markets are in full bull. Dixie is softened, so the Dixie looked like it was trying. Apple taking a little bit of a breather. Still have a green VIX to your yield, still quietly grinding. Now you have the IWM trying to participate in a little bit of a breakout here. SPY still trying to push. Crazy market move. O close still softening. IONQ's green. Open still down 3.5. S&P 500 is in full squeeze mode here. Full squeeze mode. Let me put on this volume bars here. Yeah, it's been a low volume grind here. SPY still in full beast mode here. QQQ trying to squeeze. SPY is in full trend mode right now. No back test. No sell side. A light volume grind. Still seeing the S&P 500 acting well, but coming in a touch here. Minor little sell side candle. Apple still acting well, coming in a little bit. Amazon saw a pretty big sell there. Oclo starting to soften up a little bit. Is still acting well. See if we retest prior day high. That's where the bulls will try to defend price. Sits around 663.96. Oclo curling down. Apple still holding steady. Google back to the negative side. Meta seeing some distribution. Amazon seeing a little bit of weakness. Tesla starting to come in just a touch here. Your US dollar is trying to firm up yet again. Potentially our first little bit of sell side pressure hitting the markets. Trading into new all-time highs. Your Russell 2000 still trying to push here just a little bit. Oclo coming in. Broadcom still negative. JP Morgan still under pressure. Seeing a little bit of selling hitting the S&P 1-minute chart here. Apple though still acting well. Apple's still trying to float and grind here. No sell side pressure yet in Apple Dapple. That is the stock to watch here as the markets are still trying to hold technical structure. You have SPY selling off just a little bit, but Apple really not participating in any sort of downside move. We're almost at that bullish target on Apple. Whoa, crazy, crazy extension move for Apple Dapple. Oclo starting to come in just a little bit. Nvidia is still up down 0.4. Microsoft trying to firm up. IWM seeing a little bit of sell side rejection. SPY trying to come in just a touch here. Still really no selling in Apple. NVIDIA is still consolidating sideways. Let's see, Microsoft. Microsoft starting to curl slightly lower. Seeing some minor selling. Yeah, Nvidia's holding nicely. It's still negative, so you obviously have the S&P and Q's green and Nvidia seeing net distribution. Nvidia is technically into an aggressive short level here, backtesting opening range high. If you were to break through that on, say, a 10-minute close, then it would be a little bit of a continuation long. But it's technically at a short level here, day trading short level. I don't think it's ready for a swing trade just yet. Still needs to do a lot of backing and filling. But yeah, acting somewhat okay. Apple still trying to squeeze here. Wow, Western Digital's also a beast. Western Digital going for another high of day. What a monster. Nvidia curling down. IWM still trying to break here. Apple still squeezing 254. Apple up 3.47, Tesla up 3.5. So Tesla's getting faded a little bit while Apple's still doing quite well. S&P 500 trying to bounce here a little bit. Apple, look at Apple, full-fledged squeeze mode. Apple is now keeping this S&P 500 extremely elevated here. Extremely elevated. Baba's gotten faded quite nicely from the highs, so Alibaba looking like it could go negative, potentially. Potentially. But Apple is just a one-way freight train to the upside right now. We'll see if any sort of Apple just officially hit my bullish target, guys. Apple completed its bullish measured move to the upside, coming into a massive gap fill here on the weekly chart. Wow. Maybe it wants to go there, but Apple has completed the measured move. We'll see if it catches any more sympathy strength here. A little bit of the volume certainly increasing there on Apple. It's still acting quite well. S&P 500 still stopping. Do you see BETR? I was going to get in on Friday. BETR, yeah, nice gap up, 129%. Too bad you didn't get in. Huge move. What's the news on this? I haven't even looked at it, but a lot of gap ups on the chart. Tough to get behind, but definitely a strong stock for sure. The VIX is quietly creeping up here, guys. UVXY, this is another weird thing we're seeing. Yet again, VIX, which is downside insurance and protection, is being accumulated a little bit here. I don't know why, but we are seeing the VIX seeing some near-term signs of accumulation. Interesting. What else we got going on here? Eyes still trying to hold steady. Impressive. Apple, Nvidia's curling down. IWM still trying to push a little bit. SPY starting to get a little bit heavy. Seeing a little bit of sell side hitting the tape here for your S&P 500. Still coming in. You got Nvidia selling off pretty hard. QQQ is selling off pretty hard. Trying to lose 600 here on the Qs. So we're seeing a little bit of softening in price, just coming in slightly. Markets are still elevated into all-time highs. Imagine we retested that massive liquidity low pivot. Imagine SPY came all the way down to this pre-market low retest. Imagine they snaked that liquidity and sold us down to this pre-market low. How crazy would that be? It's a long shot. I don't think it'll happen, but just imagine. That would be an insane move. It would only be down 1% on the session, a 740 move. That would be insane. What would that be at? 657 on SPY? Wow. Interesting. Again, don't think it's going to happen, but it's just crazy. It's cool to speculate, all right? That's what we always do here. All right, we'll keep a look at Apple here. QQQ getting heavy. IWM still trying to break out here. I have it on my checklist since a month ago, but went for open instead. Interesting. Too bad. Your friends keep telling you to buy Micron ahead of earnings. Micron's had a stellar run. It's got some heavy expectations of bullish earnings. You know, odds are it has bullish earnings here. It's just a matter of is the reaction going to be justified, right? You're trading into new all-time highs here on Micron. You've had a stellar move. So the earnings are probably going to be good, but are they good enough to justify this type of reaction? Tough one, right? It's really, really a tough one. But Wall Street's obviously expecting. The expectations are big. It's big. Whenever a stock moves up tremendously like this, it's got big shoes to fill. That's for sure. All right, so Nvidia softening, Dixie trying to curl to the upside here. Bitcoin still down 2%. Amazon down 0.8, struggling. IWM just went back to the negative side. Nvidia down 0.66 and curling down. Microsoft down 0.5%. Apple still trying to trend to the upside here. Apple is just a one-way freight train in full-fledged squeeze mode, keeping this S&P 500 up, putting it on its back today. Google went back to the negative side, down 0.29%. Meta looking like it wants to go negative. Tesla still up 3.5%. Apple is still in full-fledged beast mode. Your QQQ did put in a bit of a 15-minute bearish engulfing candle. I'm getting a little bit of a bounce here right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 consecutive 5-minute candles for Apple Dapple. That is extended intraday for sure, guys. Nvidia trading between its middle of its opening range. You have your dollar trying to firm up just a touch here. Apple's still surging. Nvidia's got some top wicks. QQQ has a little bit of top wick distribution. SPX starting to come in just a touch. SPY starting to get a little bit heavier. Apple's still remaining exceptionally elevated. Open down 4.28. SoFi still green. LDI down 6.9. IWM still trying to hold technical structure. Looking a little bit weaker though. Nvidia getting heavier here. Apple still remaining firm. Your QQQ is getting a little bit heavier itself. Yen, will we see Apple give back any of these gains? Cabin's got stocks L $35 calls end of week, 185 calls on MU. Interesting. Nice call outs. We'll see. It's always risky and aggressive buying into earnings. Just understand that they can send it any other way. Right now it's still in a strong uptrend. But it's not. All of us want to make as much money as possible, but risk management ahead of earnings, full porting, a little risky. I've lost money playing earnings. I've made money playing earnings. Your S&P 500 is still seeing some strength from Apple. QQQ under 600. So your NASDAQ is starting to come in a little bit more. All indices are green on the tape. S&P 500 is your stronger. Nvidia getting heavy, coming into its prior day low. So Apple still surging here. They are absolutely ripping Apple to the upside. Continuous strength in the tape. 50-50 there, cool. Dixie still softening a little bit. S&P 500 still just trickling. QQQ trickling down. Netflix down 1%. Yields are still green. Gold up 1.1. Nat gas falling. Crude oil looking to go positive. Amazon quite weak on the session, down 0.92. Nvidia down 0.76. Microsoft down 0.51. Apple still holding technical strength. Ripping. Still down 1.5, but significantly off of the lows. IONQ turning green. QQQ trying to catch a bid. Your Russell 2000 is trying to catch a bid. Apple new high of day going for 4% on the session. Looks like Apple's trying for that weekly chart gap fill, getting very, very close to that massive gap fill. Crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. S&P 500 still trying to trend here. Nvidia is still a little bit weaker. Russell 2000 firming up. Is Apple going to hit 4% up on the day? Looking likely. Putting the S&P 500 on its back, squeezing the Dow components. IWM's trying to catch a little bit of a bid now itself. Apple is going for that gap fill. Is it going to fill it, or is it going to come just shy? Meta's still negative. Google's still negative. Apple up over 4% on the tape. S&P trying to hold 665. IONQ trying to push. Russell still holding steady. Still trying to press for that gap fill, guys. Is Apple gonna do it or what? What are we thinking? Apple coming into that gap. Let's tighten up that gap fill. Is it gonna do it? It's friggin' close. Is it gonna miss that beautiful big gap? Or will it hit it? Where is my writing tool? Apple's squeezing. They are trying to squeeze it. Uh, so close to hitting that gap fill, guys. Is it gonna do it? Is it gonna do it? It's fucking funny. Gold's still up 1.19. Crude oil has turned back green. Nat gas still down 2. Bitcoin under 113, down 2.18%. Apple still up over 4% on the session. Extraordinary move. Snapchat still up 8.21. Open is still down 4.7. Plug Power up 12.39. Big Bear AI, that's down 2.48. Intel down 1.12% on the session. Neo down 3, Nvidia down 0.6, RR up 22.13, Tesla up over 3.5, but softening a little bit from the highs. QUBT down 14, Rigetti down 1, QBTS down 5.2, BMNR getting smoked today, that's down 9.3. Airlines are under pressure. AAL seeing some distribution down. Apple just filled that technical gap. Weekly chart gap has been filled on Apple. This is an aggressive short level for Apple on terms of a day trade. I repeat, it's a weekly chart gap fill for Apple. Next resistance on Apple is this massive high pivot zone, but it's an aggressive chart level, massive volume gap on the weekly chart. You should see some selling there. We'll see if Apple wants to come in at all. But wow, what an extraordinary move. Apple Dapple, putting the market on its back right now. Wow, Western Digital is squeezing as well. What a freaking crazy stock. Well over a 3 standard deviation move. That's insane. That's insane. Apple is just in full-fledged short squeeze mode. Full-fledged. Dixie's still softening here. Still trying to spike a little bit higher here. XLE looking better. XLF still struggling just a touch. Regional banks still struggling down here. Biotechs are very strong on the session. Look at biotechs go. VKTX strong, strong mover there. I gotta keep watch of Apple. It is the leader. It's the leader today. So Apple's the leader, SPY's the leading indice. Why do my SPY charts look different here? Really weird. IWM still trying to firm up here, grinding slightly higher. So markets are just grinding, floating, acting quite well up here. IWM's firming up. Crude oil back to the negative side. Nvidia trying to catch a little bit of liquidity here. Some minor liquidity. Semiconductors are seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. SOXX. Apple coming in from that weekly gap fill level. We'll see if other stocks catch the liquidity. Amazon still down 1. We're seeing the Russell 2000 acting quite well here. The Qs are softening through semiconductors just a little bit here. Again, regional banks are really struggling. Still seeing some weakness, broadly speaking, across your financials. We're still seeing this LDI down sharply on the session today. I like it a lot. Nice little decline coming into SPY. This is our first little high volume sell we've seen in quite a while. You're still above prior day high. But we are seeing a little bit heavier price action. Apple coming in, semis are seeing some distribution. Potentially our first little lower high in the S&P 500. You can see the unrelenting strength still showing in the S&P 500. Getting sold into off of that dip. So they bounced it slightly ahead of prior day high, almost like they want to push it through that vicinity. We'll see if that wants to come in at all. IWM still acting quite well, even though the Qs and S&P are seeing some sell side pressure. Gold still trying to make a move. You have your VIX quietly creeping slightly higher here. Again, Apple seeing some sellers off that liquidity, weekly liquidity gap fill sweep. Google down 0.9, Meta down 0.3, Tesla off the highs, but still up 3.69. Nvidia seeing a little bit more softening. Your SOX ETF is seeing some softening. You got AMD curling slightly lower. Broadcom's trying to hold steady. Nvidia trying to hold its 10-minute EMA. Let's look at Mr. Softy. Microsoft is starting to get a little bit heavier here. So that could influence cloud stocks just slightly here. Your semis are still trying to hold its opening range high. There's SPY backtesting its prior day high. IWM still holding. Qs are back under 600. SPY trying to hold its PDH level. Apple's coming in just a touch here. IWM still acting better. Oklo turning green. IONQ turning green. Crazy. Impressive price action. Still seeing strength in the S&P 500 off of that prior day high level. Unwavering strength. So your Qs are looking a little bit heavier than SPY here. Oracle's still strong, up 4% on the tape. Apple curling down just a little bit. IWM has a bit of top wick distribution. See SPX still hanging in there. Let's take a peek at crowd, CRWD. Are you looking for a swing trade or a day trade? Let's see what the chart is looking like. Yeah, crowd's acting quite well here. It's an aggressive buy. I would personally wait a little bit longer, but it's looking like it should give us new all-time highs here, or at least new 52-week highs. So it's looking pretty bullish, but I would personally wait. If you're aggressive, you can buy here, but I would personally wait a little bit more. I would wait for about 470-ish, maybe 480. Between 480 and 470 is where I would consider it, but it's looking pretty strong. It should push above these highs. Yeah, it's looking pretty good. Yeah, not a bad chart at all for a crowd. Not a bad chart. For a day trade you're looking at? Yeah, it's trying to break out. A little bit of an inverse head and shoulders bullish pattern. Looks pretty good. You can probably buy the next little dip on it. Big bounce back up on the S&P 500, still maintaining structure above that prior day high. So if you lose prior day high on the S&P, there's not too much support up until you get back to that gap. So again, if we lose PDH here, you should see a sharp fall to 663.63, give or take. Apple obviously still coming in from that weekly chart gap fill. IONQ still ripping, your dollar's trying to push, crude oil still green, nat gas struggling, Amazon down 1, Nvidia down half, Microsoft down 0.7, Apple still up 3.8, Google down 0.7. So Google's really been selling off today from the highs. So Google had a nasty little drop there, which is what we saw in that S&P candle. We'll see if Google wants to revisit the lows. Nvidia right now trying to firm up, so you're seeing a little bit of capital rotating between Nvidia and Apple. Apple's starting to get a little bit heavier here, but capital's not outright fleeing yet. You're seeing it rotate. So Nvidia trying to firm up, had a nice 30-minute bounce, retesting its OR high. QQQ is trying to narrow the convergence between SPY and Qs. So semis are trying to firm up here. Still up 1%. Big bit there. IONQ is squeezing new highs there for is trying to retest its OR high. So Nvidia is trying to act well here. O closed green, IONQ's green. So you're still seeing those stocks that were strong on Friday acting resilient yet again. Your IWM curling slightly down, but still positive on the tape. Apple still acting quite well here. Your QQQ trying to firm up just a touch. IONQ is now up 3.21% and squeezing. So Amazon's still looking pretty weak here. Google still looking weak. Meta negative. Tesla still acting well. Apple still acting well. S&P sitting right on that prior day high yet again. Looking like a bit of a bear flag potential breakdown. Still seeing price being defended. Lemon's green. Open down 4.2. Archer seeing distribution. Yang ETF still up 2.2. A-Lab struggling today. SMR still down 3.76 despite Oklo turning green. SMR is definitely lagging still. Uranium obviously turning green, helping Oklo. Here comes that prior day high retest. Are we going to lose the prior day high on the S&P 500? Your IWM is looking a little bit heavier here. I'm still seeing some buyers trying to step in off of PDH. Not a lot of volume. We're approaching 12 o'clock. Let me just do a quick SPY volume check. We are trading on the session. Why won't it show my volume bars? Come on. 24 million shares right now in SPY. Not that much. 24. Still acting well. Your dollar DXY trying to curl up slightly here. Trying. Microsoft seeing a little bit of top wick distribution. SPY once again testing that prior day high. Microsoft looking a little bit heavier here. Toast is a buy. TOST. I haven't looked at that in a while. TOST. Let's look. Wow. Nice free fall there. Is that in news? That must be on news. That's a fall and a half. That's coming in hot. That's coming in hot and heavy. Holy. Not looking good on Toast. Not looking good. Losing a little bit of a breakout zone here. Let me just see where this trend line would take us. Okay, we have a baseline trend line. Let's throw up a fib. Well, this could easily come lower. It's a high volume intraday sell that is occurring. I don't know what the news is, so it's tough trying to step in front of that, but you're slicing through a lot of weekly chart support. This could easily come down to here. 36 it could come down to. Getting a little bit stretched intraday. It's getting quite oversold on your 10-minute chart, so I mean there could be a small snapback bounce, but also got to watch to see if now SPY wants to break down. IWM's coming in hot, but I would wait for toast a little bit here. I mean, you might get a bounce, but it's looking like it could go a little bit lower. Let me just see what else we have here. There might be a parallel channel here. Yeah, I would wait for this parallel channel retest. SPY's looking a little bit weaker here. They're still trying to hold prior day, but like I said, if we lose this, we could see a sharp fall down back to that gap fill. But nice observation there on TOST. If it came into that fib level, I would be a bit of a buyer. Microsoft again, still looking heavy. Qs are still acting well. Apple just a beast. So Apple's really keeping this market from selling hard. They're distributing other names now. You're seeing the Russell sell. You're seeing Amazon, Nvidia, Microsoft still looking heavy. Google looking heavy, but they're keeping a lid on the S&P through Apple right now. Apple making another intraday high sweep. We'll see if that Oracle softened up a little bit here. So you're seeing a little bit of selling under the hood of the market. Again, Nvidia curling down, Microsoft curling down, IWM curling down, your Dixie's curling up. Apple still insulating the market, so we're keeping an eye on Apple because, again, if Apple gives us any sort of a retrace of this move, it should hurt the S&P. I mean, you can see SPY's just hanging on to that EMA. Hanging on. Pretty impressive, for sure. Nvidia looking a little bit heavier here. So Nvidia is starting to come in just a touch now. Whole close still green. Bank stocks still under pressure with regional banks leading the charge to the downside. Come on, break this low, SPY. Here we go. We're starting to get a little bit more volume on the sell-off for SPY. A little bit more volume. Communication stocks like Google and Meta are certainly taking a bit of a breather today. Apple's still acting well. Nvidia curling down. Let's see other semis. Microsoft still looking heavy right now. Google trying to hold 253, holding steady actually on Google. Interesting. Let's look at Amazon. Amazon's looking like it could go back to the lows of the session, guys. Amazon's looking like a bit of an H pattern, bear flag. Nvidia's struggling a little bit, but trying to find 10-minute chart support here. Apple still keeping a lid on this selling. S&P 500 still trying to hold here. Microsoft's still coming in pretty hot here. 2 and 10-year yield are firming up. VIX is still trying to creep. Apple new high of day. Holy moly, Apple. Apple's just a beast. Interesting to still see that S&P 500 seeing a little bit of sell side pressure despite Apple surging. Nvidia curling down, Amazon curling down, Microsoft curling down, Google still chopping sideways, Apple up almost 4.5% on the session. Pretty incredible for Apple Dapple. QQQ still holding steady. Big bounce on the S&P 500. Still defending that prior day high. All indices except for the Russell are green, so SPY and Q are green. SPY and Q are kind of neck and neck in terms of performance right now. IWM's back to the negative side, below 243, just slightly negative on the Russell. Slightly negative. You have SPY retesting prior day high yet again. We've been chopping on this PDH level for a decent amount of time right now. A little bit of top wick distribution in Apple. Amazon's still looking pretty bearish right now. Curling down. Amazon's chart is not looking too hot right now. You look at Amazon and it looks like it's trying to trigger this bearish lowercase h pattern. Tesla is starting to curl down just a little bit as well. Nvidia catching a small bounce. Apple, a little bit of top wick distribution on Apple. S&P still holding steady. QQQ and SPY are neck and neck here. Nvidia catching a little bit of a bounce. Still defending SPY off of that prior day high. They're bouncing Nvidia here, selling the Russell, trying to give Microsoft a bit of a facelift. Big bounce there on the S&P 500. Nvidia, holy. Getting some interesting price action hitting the tape right now. Potentially news on Nvidia. Nvidia had a really fat candle. A little bit of an influx of volume coming into the markets now. Looking at Nvidia here, they are trying to buy it up. So I don't know if Nvidia has news, but they are trying to. Microsoft falling. There might be news, guys, hitting the tape. Nvidia pumping, Microsoft dumping. So I think there's some news hitting the tape here. Microsoft under pressure, Nvidia capturing all that liquidity. So Microsoft had a pretty decent sized fall there as Nvidia captured all that liquidity. So perhaps some AI news. The markets are getting very wiki here. I'm not really seeing anything across my news wire. If anyone sees anything, let me know. OpenAI and NVIDIA partnership. Thank you very much. Figured it must have been something along those lines. Apple's starting to sell a little bit. So that was a big candle on NVIDIA. Amazon not liking it. Microsoft not liking it. Apple not liking it. Really, the only benefit there was NVIDIA. So thank you for that news, Surfers. Much appreciated. OpenAI and NVIDIA partnership. So initial dump on Microsoft, initial dump on Amazon, initial dump on Apple, SPY initial pop, then seeing some selling. NVIDIA still holding quite steady. Looking at the semis, that pumping up the semis here. AMD pumping up here. Apple not really liking it. Amazon not really liking it. Microsoft continuing to see some distribution down. NVIDIA though pushing, world's largest company, now trying to hold the S&P 500 up. Amazon and Apple are getting heavy here. They're selling Amazon, they're selling Apple, and they're selling Microsoft. Selling Google, selling Meta, selling everything but Mr. NVIDIA here. Amazon looking like it's going for another new low here. Look at them pump up NVIDIA here. Huge push. Huge push. This is an isolated pump here in NVIDIA. Amazon just falling. Apple falling. NVIDIA absolutely ripping. Amazon going for another new low. QQQ. Apple softening quite sharply. All that liquidity flowing into NVIDIA, keeping your S&P 500 elevated. That was old news. I'm not too sure. I still don't see anything across my feed here, but I'm sure something will hit the tape. But they are ripping the S&P through NVIDIA, but they're selling Amazon, Apple, Microsoft, Meta, Google, ripping to the downside here. Look at them sell everything else but NVIDIA, and it just shows you how big NVIDIA is propping up that S&P, ripping Apple down. They are ripping Google down. They are ripping Meta down. They are ripping Microsoft down. AMD and semis are liking that. So semiconductors seeing strength. The rest of your NASDAQ is under quite a bit of pressure. Amazon looks like it was new lows. QQQ just chopping sideways. Let's see if they sell this NVIDIA pump. Amazon's trying to find some support. Microsoft going for new lows. Apple's still trying to be defended. NVIDIA's still acting quite well. Microsoft's still falling. Apple under a little bit of pressure. They're keeping this market buoyant now through NVIDIA and semiconductors. S&P 500 trying to squeeze back to 665. There goes NVIDIA trying to squeeze some more. Still seeing selling in Microsoft, Amazon, Apple. Big pump here in the equity markets. Yeah, it's also hitting my newsfeed now. OpenAI and NVIDIA announced strategic partnership. For what was it? To deploy 10 gigawatts of NVIDIA systems. So, yeah, it is. That's fairly current news. NVIDIA is just ripping here. Microsoft's still struggling. S&P catching a nice candle to the upside. QQQ trying to go for another high of day. Nvidia tapping that PDH level, looking like it wants to sweep it. Apple, Amazon still struggling. Microsoft trying to catch a bit of a bid. S&P 500 still strong, trying to break out of that channel range. Beast mode there for Nvidia. Nvidia going green now at 0.75% for Mr. Nvidia. Absolute beast mode. Let's erase all of these drawings here on Nvidia and just see what we're running into. So Apple still selling, Amazon still looking weak, Google looking weak, Meta looking weak, semiconductors looking hella strong. Nvidia trying to break out here of a bit of a bullish pattern, trying to trigger an inverse head and shoulders here on Nvidia. It's right at the neckline. S&P 500 looks like it wants new highs. It is trying. Apple's still coming in a touch here. Nvidia's still squeezing. Look at them. Now they're selling Apple. They're just flooding into Nvidia. 2 million shares there on this 10-minute candle. There's still 40 seconds left. Crazy pump. Still pushing 2.1 million. Apple curling down. Nvidia's seeing distribution. IWM trying to firm up. Gold still ripping. Apple still coming in a little bit. Nvidia is still pushing. QQQ did press for a new high there intraday. So Q's made another high press. Apple and Amazon looking weak. Google still looking exceptionally weak. Pump in the equity markets. News pumping up. News pumping up Nvidia. S&P 500 going for another high, all-time high sweep. They're still trying to buy Nvidia up here. Apple's still coming in. QQQ still pushing for new all-time highs. 181 on Nvidia. That's where you think it's going? Yeah, it could. I mean, it's triggering a nice potential pattern here on the hourly chart. It's got 16 minutes left to break out of this hourly chart pattern. We'll see if it wants to hold, but a very strong candle formation there. QQQ still trading at the highs, all-time highs. S&P briefly made an all-time high. Very strong move off of PDH level. News hitting the tape. Huge push, almost hitting Sarfraz's 181 call out there. Yeah, what a push is right. Monumental push there in the markets. So Apple getting sold into here as semiconductors are pushing. Google catching a little bit of a bid off of the lows. Amazon still selling and melting. It's really all your semiconductors that are just pumping here. This is a pure semiconductor NVIDIA pump. Nothing else is really participating. A handful of stocks are, I shouldn't say that. But your Dixie dumped. You had gold pump there. You had small caps didn't really participate in this. So it's purely your semiconductors that are absolutely ripping to the upside. Nice job, you DCA'd. I did take a little bit of profits off of my LDI short. Closed half those contracts, the $4 puts, nicely in the money. So beautiful job there if you caught that with us. But yeah, this is a huge push yet again. Insane price action. QQQ still ripping to the upside here, pushing 601.30. S&P new high. Monumental push in the market. Amazon still weak. You got Altimmune and certain biotechs are trying to firm up here and break out. VKTX squeezing to new highs, up 7% on the session. Oklo is still trying to grind higher and higher. IONQ taking a bit of a breather here. Crazy push in the market. IWM, a little bit laggy here, but all semiconductors ripping to the upside there. That's pretty much it. But what a pump. Nvidia going from negative to boom, up 2.6% within 20 minutes. We're talking about 2.5% on a 4.4 trillion company. Whoa, that's a lot of liquidity. Well, it gets more people bulled up, right? It gets more people to take the long semiconductor trade, that's for sure. I mean, look at Nvidia just squeezing, ripping here. Now Nvidia is also breaking out on the daily chart, or at least trying to. I mean, it's a one-way freight train. They're selling Apple, they're selling Meta, they're selling Tesla here. So out of nowhere, all that liquidity coming out of Tesla as well, coming out of Apple. Craziness. Nvidia is still a beast. Still an absolute beast. They are still trying to pump this market up. Just gonna take a little bit of seat here, guys. Semiconductor strength. Nvidia still pushing here. Nvidia 184 now, you think? I mean, yeah, it's ripping here, right? Absolutely flying to the high side. There's going to be a bit of resistance here. Apple, Amazon still weak. Nvidia and semis are just keeping this market buoyant. Dixie cratering here. New lows on the Dixie. Crazy. Yeah, 34 million is steep. It's huge volume. Apple, Amazon still weak. Google still struggling. Tesla now struggling, but semis are just seeing a huge amount of liquidity, unrelenting liquidity right now in semiconductor land. Your QQQ took leadership there off of that pump. Still no pullback yet in the S&P. Little pullback starting. We'll see if this is a bit of a buy the rumor. Where did my eraser go? There it is. Amazon and Apple looking pretty weak right now. Still seeing the S&P strong. Apple, Amazon selling. A little bit of top wick forming in your SOX ETF. Microsoft still down 0.7. SPY still hanging in there. Acting very, very well for the S&P. A little bit of selling coming into Nvidia. Apple and Amazon curling down. SOX is coming down. IWM trying to hold steady. VKTX still ripping. Solar stocks doing well today. SPY new high while SOX is coming in. Meta still down 0.7. Apple up 3.4. Tesla still up 2.9. Uranium still green. Open still struggling on the session today despite the market strength. A little bit of top wick distribution coming into the SPY chart here. SPY is still ripping here. Semiconductors are coming in slightly. Apple still selling off just a little bit. Microsoft trying to firm up here. S&P still pushing. Apple curling down. SPY pushing. Nvidia has a little bit of top wick. Selling. SPY still acting very well. IWM catching a bid. Getting a little bit more broad participation from your semis now. squeezing. Apple still curling in just slightly. Oracle ripping up 4.6. Micron up 2.6. SPY going for 666. Crazy, crazy move. Look at that S&P 500 chart. Moonshotting to the upside here. NDX is even better. NDX is just crazy pushing here. QQQ still ripping to the upside. Apple, Amazon still curling. Microsoft still pushing. Your Russell 2000 still pushing. Bitcoin still down 2%. Dixie still near the lows. SPY still at the highs. SOX are at the highs. QQQ still leading the charge up 0.37%. SPY up 0.33. IWM is up 0.1. Amazon still looking weak, trending down. Microsoft still looking a little bit more firm. Apple still coming in a little bit. Nvidia up now 3.1%. Imagine Nvidia overtakes Apple on the session, which at this rate it could. Apple is still beasting to the upside. Nvidia going for another high. Gold still ripping. Still trying to hold 254. Dixie still trying to find a little bit of a base here. Huge move in your S&P 500, ripping. Huge market squeeze. Nvidia still pumping to the upside. Apple curling down. Amazon trying to hold its 10-minute opening candle. IWM looking a little bit better, trying to move and curl up. S&P trying to go for 666 again. Still trying to rip. Nvidia is now coming into its first little resistance zone. But can it go for this 184.50 high pivot here? Or will it run into some near-term selling? Apple's still curling down. This move was a gift. You might sell Nvidia today. Yeah, we'll see if it becomes a buy the rumor, sell the news. You know, it does seem like a bit of a short pump news event that, I mean, realistically, if we look at the OpenAI, I mean, they've been using that headline quite a bit, but nevertheless, a very strong reaction on Nvidia. Very strong. Came out of left field, right? Still pumping. Top wick distribution in Apple. Amazon curling down. Meta, Google still weak. Tesla still trying to stabilize up 2.6. Nvidia has surpassed Apple now, up 3.76%. The world's largest company absolutely ripping. Just when Apple was trying to tighten up with the spread between Nvidia, Microsoft, Nvidia comes out of left field and says, "No way, we're going to keep solidifying ourselves as the world's largest company. Your Dixie still weak on the session. VIX got slapped down. Yields are still green. Gold up 1.46. Crude oil flat. Bitcoin down 2. Not really catching any sort of a bid. SPX S&P just tapped 666 on the chart. Still ripping on the S&P 500. Very, very impressive move. SPY is squeezing. Huge volume there on Nvidia. Absolutely monumental volume to the upside here. Crazy. Apple still struggling. Microsoft climbing. Tesla trying to climb. JP Morgan still down 0.5% but trying to firm up with this pump. Look at your SOXX here. Huge monster move to the upside. You had AMD taking a little bit of a breather. Let's look at ASML here. That's moved up. Intel probably catching a bid, a little bit of a bid. Micron having a nice day today. That's trying to go back to its gap. Interesting. How's Broadcom doing? AVGO not really participating. LRCX. Uh, LRCX kind of chopping around there. QQQ still acting very strong. Plus 50 million in volume in 1 hour. It's insane, eh? Insane. Yeah, that's a crazy, crazy day for Nvidia. Nvidia looks like it wants new highs now. You can arguably say there's a very interesting bullish pattern there on Nvidia's chart and probably sets up for another all-time high sweep. Don't know if it'll do it today. It's got some momentum to do it today, but wow, crazy. Amazon still curling down, Microsoft still trying to push, Apple trying to stabilize just below 254. Ethereum still down 6% on ETH, guys. Microsoft trying to make a move here. Ethereum still struggling on the session. S&P still gunning for new highs. Apple falling a little bit more now. I just covered half of my Ethereum short. Took about 14% profit on Ethereum. I repeat, covered half of my ETH short there. Okay. Wow, Nvidia's still acting well here. Still holding. Apple trying to stabilize. IWM's trying to break out now. Market's in full-fledged squeeze mode. SMCI's catching a nice bid, trying to push for what appears to be 50 bucks on SMCI. It's looking pretty squeezy here. Yep, thank you, curveballs. Nvidia did make an OpenAI made a big deal using Nvidia technology. Hey members, I'm trimming my SMCI $50 calls. I'm selling half of them. Selling half of my SMCI $50 calls. We've breached that 50, a nice little sweep. Look at NVIDIA still pushing here. Quite remarkable price action. Absolutely ripping to the upside here. Still trying to squeeze. Can NVIDIA make a new all-time high today? It's looking like it can, eh? Will NVIDIA? It's very close to making yet again another all-time high push. NVIDIA is close. It is close. Let's see what else we got going on here. Stocks are still acting well. Microsoft's still trying to float a little bit. Amazon is falling sharply here. Amazon's almost taking out the lows of the session, guys. Look at Amazon coming in hot and heavy, looking pretty weak. They are selling that name. Google, they're curling that down. Meta, they're selling Meta still. So this market is being propped up through semiconductor strength. Apple right now still holding 253.80. Interesting. Oakland still up 1.67%. URA above 50. Open Door, that's down 5%. Amazon down 1.4. Nvidia just a black hole of liquidity sucking up everything. Baba trying to catch a bid. Amazon still weakening here. Tesla softening up. Coinbase struggling. JP Morgan still negative. Netflix turned green. QQQ still leading the charge to the upside right now. Let's look at Humana here. HUM. Balance still slightly negative. RK really struggling. UNH, not bad chart setting up there on UNH. Seeing a little bit of selling in mega caps, Apple curling back down, Amazon still looking weak, Microsoft still trying to hold steady, Nvidia still holding around 183. SPY is just a rock star today, holding exceptionally well, lasting through pretty much every single resistance trend line into price discovery yet again, continuing to grind. S&P 500 still squeezing. IWM's now starting to participate. So this extra rally in SPY, I think, is from short covering, short squeezed. People getting squeezed out. Nvidia is still holding quite steady here. Building a little bit of a flag pattern, attempting to still push a little bit more. Amazon, Apple trying to curl up. Surprised Bitcoin hasn't really captured any of this bullish liquidity. Really struggling on the session. SPY new high. Still ripping. SPY is squeezing. It's like it's gonna make another new all-time high. They're setting it up here. Supreme Leader saying Hoth has been an amazing stock. Nice. Nice job. Up 5% today. Good stuff. $184.48 incoming, yeah. Microsoft starting to curl down. Apple's chopping sideways. Amazon under a little bit more pressure here. Nvidia wants that all-time high sweep, guys. It's super close. Super, super close. Let me draw this exact little trend line here. Roughly, what is that high candle? The high is 184.46. 184.46 is Nvidia's. So you're about 20 cents away. You have to think the bulls are gonna press it there. Market makers will sweep out the high pivot shorts. Sorry for saying 184.48 incoming. Yeah, it's looking likely. It's looking likely, that's for sure. There's a new all-time high on Nvidia. A new all-time high has been discovered. So Nvidia trends with the market, pushes to the upside. Amazon still struggling. Microsoft coming under a little bit of pressure now. SPX almost tagging 6,700. Impressive. Impressive. Look at the volume down here on Nvidia. Crazy amount, eh? Microsoft getting heavy. Amazon getting heavy. Apple curling up. Tesla under a little bit of pressure as well. So despite the markets grinding, you're still seeing selling in some individual names here. Nvidia's running into a little bit of sell side pressure, not much. Not much here. Google's looking pretty weak here. It's coming in sharply. Google 3 trillion. Oh, Google's over 3 trillion. Interesting. I didn't realize that. Google over 3 trill. Pretty big. Yeah. Very, very big for Google. Apple's still trying to press. Semiconductors are still holding firm. SPY still trending here. Coming in, Google softening, stocks are seeing some distribution, IWM coming in, Google Meta still looking very heavy. Tesla, looks like they want to take Tesla maybe back to the gap fill. Tesla could be a little cooked here. Tesla could be in trouble. Amazon still looking pretty weak down here. Google curling to the downside, creating a little bit of a lowercase bearish wedge pattern. Google's still looking pretty heavy. Snapchat's really been faded, guys, from the highs. Look at that reversal down on Snap. Nasty. Good price action seeing Chipotle trying to firm up. Copper stocks are still trying to break out. GDX is still a beast. Holy moly, GDX is crazy. IONQ still absolutely ripping. Uranium still a beast. Oklo coming in slightly from the highs. Semiconductors are still holding firm. No real selling yet in Nvidia. Apple coming in sharply. Microsoft curling down. Nvidia is still trying to press. They're still keeping semiconductors fairly elevated here. Interesting. Broadcom not really getting much love today. AVGO. So Nvidia is eating its lunch for the time being. AMD starting to soften just a touch. Intel. Interesting. Google still looking heavy. Microsoft curling down, potentially a lower high on Microsoft. Microsoft's just wedging intraday. Be right back, guys. Just gotta grab a drink. So we're still seeing Nvidia holding quite steady here, just below its all-time high. SPY still holding above 666, up nicely on the session. QQQ still leading the charge to the upside, strength from your semiconductors. SPY up 0.3, QQQ up 0.43, IWM lagging a little bit, but still positive, up 1.21. Amazon, they've been selling that pretty much all day, down 1.2. Nvidia up 3.85. Microsoft, they've been selling pretty much all day, other than that last little half-hour pop. Still negative on the session, down 0.62. Apple up 3.5%, is trying to curl to the upside. Google, they've been selling all day. That's down 1.44%, potentially going to take Google back under 3 trillion today. Meta is down 0.98, so communication stocks are a little bit weaker on the session. Tesla, after being one of the stronger mag names on the session, has now fallen, still up 1.31%, but coming in sharply. Netflix down slightly on the session after it was positive. It's now crept back to the negative side. JP Morgan also slightly negative, but drastically off of the lows. Your Dixie trying to form a bit of a double bottom here at 97.14, still weak on the tape. WTI crude is slightly green on the session. Natural gas getting clobbered today, down 2.5%. Gold pushing for 37.40 here. Google looks very weak, like it's putting in a lowercase h pattern bear flag. Microsoft just chopping sideways. Crypto still very, very weak. We did pare back some of our Ethereum shorts, still holding some exposure on the common share side, as well as short to Bitcoin. Oklo, that's still up 1.46% with uranium up 1.64. So it seems like you're getting close to an Oklo top with Oklo typically outperforms uranium. Today uranium is outperforming Oklo. So interesting little observation there. SOX ETF, that's down 4.5% to bear. PKTX doing really well today. IONQ up 1.7. S&P seeing a little bit of selling here as we're coming into the back half of the afternoon trading sessions. The markets are very extended on all time frames here, but acting exceptionally well on the back of news. What else we got going on here? VST, Vistra up 3.6%. Oracle up 5.4%. Broadcom struggling. ALAB struggling today. China stock struggling broadly speaking, but BABA still holding green. Open Door down 6.9%. Lululemon having a really strong day, up 1.9% on Lulu. Lululemon trying to break out to the high of the session. Duolingo's having a strong day, but off of the highs. You're also seeing Constellation Brands acting quite well today. DRS, some more stocks are acting slightly better. Let's look at Snowflake here. Snowflake just chopping around. Open's looking pretty weak. Nice hard sell on Open, trying to find a little bit of a base here. Nvidia starting to come in just a little bit. SMCI still at 5.3. We did trim some of our $50 SMCI calls. Snapchat, we exited our full position on Snapchat this morning when it was around at 9:10. So I no longer hold any Snapchat calls, but that was a beautiful little exit there. Looking to re-enter off of the next technical support. All right, Nvidia coming in. Apple's still trending. Russell 2000 seeing a little bit. Google's still looking weak. Apple's trying to curl to the upside. Copper stock still doing well. Solar stock still doing well. UNH, CNC, those healthcare stocks are acting quite well today. CNC coming in just a little bit. Oops, UNH coming in just a little bit. Let's look at Marvell today, acting very well. Still holding above 75. Let's look at Nike, AEO, some of these retailers. Yeah. I mean, regional banks are just getting decimated today. Even with the market strength, you look at KRE and getting hit really, really hard. Financials still rebounding. Citigroup. Wow, Citigroup just cannot go down. It's crazy. Bank of America, JPM, still strong on the session. Interesting. Google catching a little bit of a bid here. SPY pushing right back up. Nvidia is softening up quite heavily here, but you're seeing liquidity not coming out of the market. It's pushing into Google, Apple, Microsoft, but a little bit of selling in Nvidia now. How's TTD doing? I've been trying to get an entry into that name. TTD still carving out a little bit of a base here off of high volume. What about ACN? Not too bad. Skyworks today had a really stunning breakout continuation. Epic move. Really strong move there on Skyworks. Let's look at IT. Still trying to move higher here. IT, PRME, Prime. Still trying to move a little higher here. VBAI. That name has had a nice bounce. NVIDIA. Still coming in a little bit here on NVIDIA. Seeing a little bit of weakness. Google, Apple, Amazon still acting okay. Tesla getting heavy here. Tesla's looking like it wants to potentially go negative on the session today. Look at them sell Tesla. That is a nasty little fall. Interesting. Nvidia's starting to come in just a little bit. Your QQQ starting to curl slightly lower. Nice. Sold Nvidia there. Good job. You took profits. Nicely done. Nicely done. S&P is looking a little bit heavier here. Just a little bit. It's still trying to stabilize. SPY's still holding exceptionally well. Hey Maria, yeah, I haven't been commenting. I'm just resting my voice. It's 1 o'clock. If I keep talking for the full trading session, I will lose my voice. So I take little intermission breaks in the afternoon as we slow down here. But Archer Aviation looks pretty good. Um, Pierced the daily 200 and the daily EMA 113, bouncing. So I think for a risk to reward, it doesn't look bad at all. If you're not long Archer, it makes quite a bit of sense here in my opinion. I would I would have to say though the stop loss on Archer would probably be a daily close below the 200 moving average. Right now that's at 932. So S&P 500 still grinding higher here. Apple curling up. Markets are still acting well. Google still looking weak. Nvidia still looking pretty decent here. Semiconductors are curling down slightly, your SOXX. Nice. The S&P 500 is still just holding at the highs, unrelenting. Dixie's still weak. Nvidia just off of its highs. Uranium still trying to push. Russell 2000 trying to push. Apple curling up. Microsoft curling up. Google trying to find a little bit of support off the 251.50 zone. Tesla bouncing up 1.6%. So communications are your weak spots for mega cap tech land. Semis are strong, Apple's strong. Interestingly, the VIX is still green at UVXY. That's highly manipulative. SPY just printed another new all-time high there. Still grinding. Your US dollar still curling slightly down. Gold still trying to press 10-year yield back to the flat side. Dixie still softening. Bitcoin still selling off here like it wants to go down even lower. S&P still ripping. Oracle strong today. That's up 4.9%. Rocket Labs, ASTS, those are doing well today. Costco, Adobe down. Hershey green. Uber having a good day. That's up 2.5. Lyft is negative. Silver up 2.1. Boeing struggling today. BA down 1.69. Lennar home builders are struggling today. IONQ and SPY are still neck and neck. So you've had some more relative strength creep back into your S&P 500. Apple back higher than Nvidia on the session. They're kind of fighting back and forth right now. Still looking somewhat bearish. Same thing with Meta. Meta looking somewhat bearish. Apple trying to curl to the upside. Microsoft just chopping sideways. Nvidia is still acting quite well. We're seeing a little bit of selling in Google and Apple. They're starting to come in here. Microsoft's just chopping sideways, Nvidia holding steady, semis are holding steady. Tesla, that's still up 2%. Amazon coming in a little bit as well. So again, the sell side pressure that's from really Amazon, Google, Meta is flowing right back into either Apple or Nvidia and your semis. So it's not leaving the broad market here. S&P still trending, pushing for new highs. Ripping. Sorry, Ram, I just saw your question there now. What downside do you see on SPY week? Well, we have a lot of economic data for the rest of the week. So honestly, I mean, I took some shorts today, day trades. I got blown out. A little bit of time, couple hours left, but unlikely that they're going to come in. But the market's just on some next level liquidity right now. I mean, we've blasted through pretty much upside targets. We have melted through key resistance trend lines. So SPX is still just trending right now. And we've had a huge run. You know, we could still push to about 67.20-ish, 67.40 on SPX, but we're getting stretched. I mean, they're stretching this deviation move for sure. But I still think we should back test the daily 7 moving average at minimum, which would put us back to right now 66.27 for SPX. For SPY, if we back tested the daily 7, that puts us back to 661. And then from there, I still think we should at least pull back to the 20. We're very stretched from our 50. You go back throughout previous price history and you do a measurement tool from your 50 to where we're trading, and we're pretty stretched. We're trading at a level typically where the market does see a pullback. But like I said, it's a tough trend to fight right now. Still a very strong higher low, higher high uptrend on your daily chart, on your weekly chart. But definitely extended. I mean, even look at the Qs. Qs are just absolutely melting through this 12 months, 14-month trend line off of a 1, 2, 3, and now we're starting our 4th week. So it's been a very strong market, but start off with your daily 7 moving averages, potentially a downside support. We'll see though if it wants to drop into that vicinity or not. A little bit of softening here in price. Crypto's still weak. Gold's still strong. Lululemon's been grinding pretty much all day. Duolingo floating back up. Ultimmune showing some positive structure, like it wants to try to break out yet again. ALT. Look at VST, Vistra. Another daily breakout attempt on VST. Crazy. Yang ETF getting a nice bounce here. Whoops. BABA still seeing some sell side pressure. Let's look at Stub. Got stopped out of Stub on Friday. That one's going even lower. FIGR. That one's even trying to come in. Pattern, PTRN. Big decline on Pattern today. IWM seeing a little bit more selling here. Coming in a touch. Open is still down about 7.5. Strong days for some of those stocks that have been underperforming. Lululemon, for instance, Duolingo, Constellation Brands, Big Bear AI almost trying to go positive here in the tape. Bit of a decline creeping in. Microsoft curling down, IWM curling down, Google actually trying to curl up, Apple curling down. A little bit of sell side pressure here. Let's see if they want to take some profits into the end of the afternoon. You have the dollar trying to form a little bit of a 10-minute bottoming tail here. Google's curling up, Apple curling up, Microsoft chopping sideways, S&P now underperforming the Qs. Markets are still in a very strong uptrend on the session, putting in higher highs, higher lows, coming into a little bit of a 1-minute moving average here. Google's actually catching a bid here off of the lows. Neo down 7% on the session. Markets are getting a little bit heavier here. S&P starting to sell. Google, Apple still trying to curl up. Google is still trying to curl up. A little bit of distribution in Nvidia and semis. IWM still trying to hold steady. Your SOX ETF is still actually holding up quite well. Google is getting a really big bid. Seeing the markets continuously grinding higher here, light volume. The IWM is trying to make a little bit of a breakout here. So small caps are now starting to participate. Small caps are actually starting to outperform the S&P 500, triggering a little bit of a bullish pattern here. You're seeing Apple showing a little bit of strength here into the end of the session. We're about to have the next hourly candle close on the S&P 500. SPX has been remarkable, super strong. Trading near the highs of the session, barely dipping. Crypto remains weak on the session. Crude oil, WTI, still trying to catch a bit of a bid. Nat gas remaining weak. Nat gas just printed new lows. New lows. Beautiful little reversal on DPRO. Take a look at that candle on Dragonfly. Going negative, it was down a few percentage points. Bullish reversal back to the high side. They just cannot keep this stock down. Dragonfly is still ripping here. We are up almost 40% yet again. Pushing to the high side. Crazy. Snapchat trying to bounce off its prior day. All right, we just had another hourly candle high close on Q's SPY. So another hourly candle just closed. The market's still just floating and grinding to the upside. QQQ still leading the charge. IWM second place and SPY third place. Crypto still under pressure. Gold still doing well. Crude oil slightly green. Apple trying to push back higher. Nvidia just chopping. JP Morgan seeing more sell side pressure. Microsoft seeing a little bit of sell side pressure coming in, hitting a little bit of selling in the Qs. Your Apple seeing some sell side pressure as well. You're looking for 150 tomorrow? Crazy, crazy. Think Microsoft can hit 600 into the over the next month? Impressive. That would be impressive for sure. Seeing Microsoft acting pretty heavy here as we approach power hour. Microsoft selling off, Nvidia chopping sideways, QQQ now underperforming the Russell. Russell has taken leadership in this market. Bless me. Ooh. Moderna doing well today. That's up 6.1%. Tiger Global getting hit pretty hard today. That's down to 8.8. Net seeing some positive price. Let's take a look at Hood. Yeah, Hood's looking strong intraday here. Definitely looks like Hood is going to make new highs. Roblox also performing well. Members, just a heads up, I'm exiting all of my BBAI calls here. My $7 calls, I am taking profits on the full position. Taking profits on the full position. $7 December calls. Took 100% profit on the full trade. All out. We'll look to enter off of a pullback and reassess because now we should come down, create a right shoulder, and then have a continuation move higher. But all out of BBAI for about 100% profit. All right, that trade is finished. Also just trimmed a bit of profits on SCCO, copper stocks. Google softening. Let's look at new core here. Interesting. Look at this fat candle on DRS looking pretty strong, trying to break out of this consolidation range. Duolingo, nice double bottom, still holding. Ultimmune quietly creeping up, guys. So ALT looking like another biotech that could potentially squeeze. Yep, Lulu doing well today. Look at Lululemon bouncing off of its monthly 200 moving average. So really big area there. Nike trying to bounce. Under Armour. Under Armour still just trickling down, getting close. Needs to sweep this little pivot. You are seeing open breaking down a little bit. Down double digits, almost double digits. Smith & Wesson, that's a very tight bull flag. Looks very close to breaking out SWBI. Very close. EPRO continuing to push here, guys. Dragonfly, we're pushing almost 45% on the trade, still acting very well. DPRO. Sec, guys. Okay, so we're seeing a little bit of a sell here in the last 5 minutes on the S&P, still extremely elevated at the highs of the session. We did take profits on our Dragonfly, DPRO. I'm all out of that. We'll look for a re-entry into the trade. Some high volume there. We also took profits on BBAI, all out of those call options. Snapchat, all out of those call options. Trimmed our SMCIs. Let's see, Disney catching a little bit of a 10-minute pump there. Interesting. We also trimmed our copper longs today. We also trimmed a bit of our Ethereum short today. So it's been tough day trading for me, but good profits on the swing trade side. Keep a Soundhound on for a bit of a high short interest squeeze play over the next couple days. Soundhound is trying to trigger a little bit of an inverse head and shoulders here on the daily chart, looking pretty strong for sure. Strengthen Duolingo, Lululemon. PRME again, Prime still acting well. Interesting. Nvidia is still holding steady, QQQ off of the highs, S&P slightly off of the highs. Seeing so many stock charts that are just absolutely into the stratosphere. Like, I can't believe how many charts have blown past 3 standard deviation moves. It's incredible. Insane, to be honest. You know, names like WDC. Yeah, look at that move. Names like STX. Like, ONDS, pumping. I mean, look at nuclear and uranium. This market is in melt up. IONQ, crazy. Spaghetti, still strong. Absolutely insane. WBD, still pushing. Crazy. Even look at the major indices. SPX, just insane price action today. So defense stocks are doing quite well. Industrials having a solid day. So Apple's getting a push here into the end of the day. That is the market session. Thank you all for tuning in. Again, tough day trading today unless you were long. I know a couple of you caught some longs. I got run over on some of my shorts, but nevertheless, great job swing trading today. Took a ton of profits from the long side, Snapchat, DPRO, SCCO, a couple of the names, Ethereum and crypto paying us well. So nevertheless, good job if you're able to pull some profits from the market today. We will do this all again tomorrow. And tomorrow we do have quite a bit more data. So we should get a little bit more market moving event. And we'll see you on the charts a bit later. Thanks, guys.